fear of Miss Alton. You guys can do this. It's going to be amazing. It really is. I'm super excited. You take a picture. Should you want to
You want me in?
a couple different angles?
Yeah. Can I keep this? Yeah. Want a picture?
You're talking to It's time to upgrade, Miss Johnson. Did they make her extra tall?
Was she here before?
Yo, I went to Miss Johnson's homeroom. There were just random people in there. Yeah, who was in your homeroom?
What email? Oh, it said read now, and I
Lazy.
Oh, that one. Okay.
But she said it doesn't work on the TV. What?
He's trying to light on a computer.
My hands take a while.
I didn't eat breakfast.
I did not eat breakfast.
I had an egg sandwich. I was lucky.
I had 2 slices of bacon.
I'm trying to shine the camera. Shine the
That's a good idea.
They're not important. I was not even looking.
Oh.
Minus 2 minutes.
Oh, is it already 8:30?
Oh, right.
Bro.
You
The
broke
thing
it.
fell out. Bro. There you go.
I'm gonna make the batteries fly out like midway through breakfast.
Yeah, and you're like, oh no. Dude, I hope it's good. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 2025 Senior Capstone presentations. Thank you to our evaluators for coming. Thank you very much. Our first presenter is Cameron Smith, and he's going to talk to us about or focus his project on sustainable transportation and planning. Cameron.
Like Ms. Johnson said, I'm Cameron Smith. A little bit about me is here in Madison, I'm a part of the forensics team, the National Beta Club, and the Student Council Association. And outside of school, I enjoy photography, hiking, and swimming. And I also have an interest in architecture and urban design and just generally how we build the places around us. And that's how I got my topic for my capstone project, which is the importance of transportation infrastructure and why I think we need improvement. And there are multiple reasons why I chose this topic, but foremost is personal. My great aunt just turned 92 not too long ago, and any day now she's going to have to stop driving. And that presents kind of a difficult choice because she can either go to a nursing home, which she does not want to do, or just stay isolated in her house indefinitely. And it makes me kind of lament that we don't have normal, affordable, walkable cities that someone like her could go to where she doesn't need a car to participate in society. And that led me to start wondering why things are like that and looking into the history of our cities. And I found out that it hasn't always been like that. This is just what we're choosing to do. For example, this is Denver, Colorado in the 40s and in the 70s. And what happened was when the rise of the automobile happened after World War II, they started building outside of their cities, smaller, lower denser suburbs that were dependent on cars. And because everyone had to drive places, they decided to go into city centers and tear down absolutely everything they could to make way for highways and parking lots and things like that. And it happened everywhere. This is Cincinnati, Ohio. And it stands out to me because if you ask someone in the modern day, they'd probably just think it was built like that in the first place. They'd have no idea what all used to be there. And you could probably think of dozens of different problems that plague us today that could be explained just by looking at this comparison. And so for my professional learning experience, I wanted to find an organization that was in some way involved in transportation planning. And my senior advisor, Ms. Johnson, got me in touch with the Virginia Department of Transportation, or VDOT, and specifically their Culpeper district. And this was a really good match because any changes that are to be made, they're naturally at the forefront of. So with my mentor, Greg Cooley, I went to the district office in Culpeper, and he showed me around. He showed me to pretty much everywhere he possibly could, to all the different departments. So pretty much start to finish of the entire process of a project, from accounting to planning to bridge design to materials testing. And each of them didn't seem incredibly interesting in and of themselves, but everyone there was so happy to talk to me about what they did. It was kind of inspiring. And yeah, I got an idea of what day-to-day work was like. I got an idea of what people thought of the job, how they got there. And I also went down to Charlottesville to their office there and went to some active projects, one of which south of Charlottesville was a bridge replacement. Another one is a pedestrian bridge that they're building in Charlottesville, which you've all probably seen construction for. I also went to a newly constructed runaway truck ramp in Afton, which seems like it would be quite simple, but when you get up close, it is still really interesting. And yeah, that was my extent of my internship at VDOT. So moving on to my research question, it's how does improving urban and transportation planning impact sustainability and quality of life? Because I can't focus on every aspect of the problem, so I decided that these were the most important to me. And for my research, I found data and basically just information about how the way we design our cities and really everywhere impacts our lives and impacts the environment. I looked into some change that is happening either through regulation or through actual projects. And this is a picture of Richmond going through the same process that I explained earlier. And I also have some facts from my paper that I think outline just how dire I think the situation is. So half of all threatened and endangered species in the country are directly threatened by urbanization or suburban sprawl, primarily due to habitat loss. 80% of Americans have no choice but to use a car. They don't have another alternative. That's while 21 million don't have a driver's license, because the majority because they can't have one, either due to a condition or a disability, etc. So it's no surprise that one third of Americans are considered fully inactive, meaning they don't get 10 minutes of even moderate exercise every day, which is insane. And with numbers that high, I feel that it's a societal problem. And a study I looked at found that replacing 50% of short distance car trips, just a couple miles, with walking or cycling would save $4 billion and 2,000 lives every single year. And that's just in 6 states in the Midwest. Who knows what the numbers would be for the entire country. So the last bit of my internship, I went to Charlottesville to do my professional interview. And this was kind of an attempt to see what change is currently being made actively. And I went to a Charlottesville, I believe, pedestrian coordinator, Tommy Safranek, and he's also a member of the Rivanna Trails Foundation, which essentially is attempting to make bike lanes for the city of Charlottesville. And I went to help out with an event called the Loop de Ville, I went out and brought water and snacks to the different checkpoints and talked to Tommy about what the city of Charlottesville is actually currently doing. And I found that even though Charlottesville is an exceptionally receptive city to change, they're still facing lots of hurdles, either from regulations or politicians who aren't really interested. And my quote is, "First life, then spaces, then buildings. The other way around never works." That's by Danish architect John Gill. And I think this quote's applicable because it seems like we are doing it the other way around right now. And it's just, clearly it's not working from what I presented earlier. So for my community service, it kind of arose from my internship because while I was in the VDOT Culpeper office, I was in an executive meeting with my mentor, and someone brought up discussion about possibly starting outreach to local high schools. And as a local high schooler, inexplicably sitting at that table, it seemed like it'd be pretty useful. So with a lot of emailing and a lot of planning with the VDOT outreach and HR team, and a lot of preparation, some of it frantic, they came in, they did a presentation, they talked about the company, the opportunities they offer after high school, and they brought in 2 engineers to talk about what their paths have been like and any suggestions or advice they would have for the field. And to get as many people to go as possible, I made flyers and I put them up around the school. I also sat outside of lunches for about a week just to try to get people signed up and get people interested. And I got 40 people directly signed up, and many more ended up showing as the presentation was happening. So I think it was a good turnout, a turnout that I'm very happy with. But to make sure that it was an impactful presentation, I passed out a questionnaire afterward asking 2 questions, one of which is, as a result of this presentation, do you feel more informed about the company and opportunities after high school? And almost 75% of people said overwhelmingly yes, and pretty much everyone said yes. And the other question was, would you be more likely to pursue this field during or after high school? And just over half of people also said yes, which I thought was incredible. So my advice is, in terms of your topic, if you're unsure of what to do, I would suggest like looking into a field that you might be interested in looking into after high school, because that's what I did. I learned a lot about what day-to-day work is like, what people thought of the job, how they got there. And this is kind of invaluable information when you're choosing a path, and it's something that I would never have done if not for this project. So my other piece of advice would be not to procrastinate, or not just to not procrastinate, but to get ahead of the game, because going into the school year, I thought I knew my topic, but I didn't. I had a lot of refining to do before I could find a good internship or a good research topic. And the sooner you get those done, the sooner you can get, the more time you'll have for your community service. And my future plans are going to the University of Virginia and possibly studying environmental or civil engineering. I just hope to make change wherever I can, and I'm not sure exactly where that is yet. Any questions? Yeah, I think because obviously we can't have full public transportation in a rural county, but there are trains, there are buses. I mean, people go to places like Charlottesville and Culpeper all the time. And I know if there was a bus service to Charlottesville, I would probably take it some, because it's not very fun driving over there. So I do think there's a lot of room. Also, we pretty much built the country on trains, and we've kind of stopped using them. So it would be not pretty easy, but it would be feasible to kind of kickstart that again. So basically, they kept trying to have pedestrian and biking infrastructure in their new projects. But what would happen was, in the very final stages of each project, the people in charge would kind of just drop all that infrastructure, even though it's like a very small percentage of the cost. They'd say like, oh, that's not necessary.
So that's for it. Okay.
All right, next up we have Jamila Anderson, and her focus was on the arts and effective teaching. Jamila.
Hello, everyone. As Ms. Johnston said, I am Jamila Anderson, and my project was on effective teaching and how it benefits art. Now, first about me. So the reason why I chose my topic is because art has been such a core part of my life since I was little. I've always loved to draw. I've always loved to create things no matter what it was. And honestly, I will say that teaching, having like the art teachers I've had in my life as I've grown up has always been a core part of me, because one thing I know, I will never forget my art teachers. I remember almost all of them by name, and something that has really stuck by me while becoming an artist is that no matter what you do with your art, it's always going to be there. It's always going to be something that will inspire you as you grow up. Now, for a bit of background, my dad and my mom have always been core parts of my life as an artist, because my mom was really creative when she was a child, and so was my dad. My dad was actually a very artistic person, because he always used to show me his old sketches when I was a kid and get me really inspired. My mom was making jewelry when she was a kid. She did stained glass. She made pillows. It was always so inspiring to hear her stories about what she did. And they have always been such a core part of just my artistic journey as a kid, and it's always helped me. Now, for my mentor was Miss Nicole Kaiser, and she works here at Madison County High School as the art teacher. So as I worked with her, she was my professional learning experience mentor, and she also was my community service supervisor. And one thing I can tell you about her, she is an amazing person to work with. She's an amazing art teacher, but also just a really great person to talk to about artistry, especially when it came to hearing what she said about becoming an art teacher. She said that the best thing you can do as an art teacher is show these kids what they can do with art as they grow up. It's always been super inspiring to just see how these kids grew during her class. Now on to my professional learning experience. So during my professional learning experience, I actually helped teach her her second block, which is her Art 1 class with ninth graders. Now, in this class, I helped present projects like their prehistoric art projects. I helped guide students with their art projects. I also helped her at the beginning of the semester as well collect all the experience students got and how they would like to come back to the class and see things change. Overall, the class was amazing to work with. The students were amazing. They always came in and smiled, especially because I was dubbed their favorite senior. So it was really fun to have that happen. The kids were amazing to talk to. It was always awesome to hear them talk about what they are passionate about. It was amazing. Now, for my community service, I started the first MCHS art club. This club started from just the bare bones of my project, actually. I had a lot of ideas running through my head, honestly, when I wanted to do my community service, and this is one of the first things that popped up because I felt like that our school needed something a little bit more connected to the arts since we need a lot more arts connected to our school because we seem to be lacking a lot of art programs, and I thought it would be a great idea to bring the club to school. So when I had started the club, I had made a poster to get people interested, and it was really amazing to see the turnout, especially when it came to getting the ninth grade students. They were immediately on board. I had so many kids tell me that they really wanted to have an art club because they want to go somewhere where they can just be like, I don't have to listen to the art teacher anymore. Especially when it came to doing things like oil paint on canvas or just simply doing multimedia. It was so fun to see how the kids interacted with each other, especially when it came to encouraging each other on their art projects and everything. Now for my community service goals / my impact. So as you can see, in this picture, it doesn't look like we have a lot of members, but the turnout was amazing. We had 15 members to start and 15 members stayed. It was really amazing to see how many people came. I had a mix, I think, of seniors, including myself. So we had 2 seniors, a junior, and a bunch of freshmen. They all loved it at the club. And the funny thing is, it's still going today. We have so many people who love to ask me about, when's art club going to be? I'm like, it's on a Tuesday, guys. Wait. Especially when it comes to them wanting to be really passionate, because when it came to the club, I know one student had told me he did want to go to community college and get his associates in art and then go to a prestigious art college in California, which is Cal Arts. A lot of these students really love to do art. They told me every day that they can't stop drawing, or I had so many people come up to me and show me their sketchbook and show me, guess what, I drew this. It was so awesome to see how these kids progressed, especially when the club gave them another way to express themselves. Now for my research, I researched the question, how does effective teaching motivate art classes? I will tell you one thing, that question was really hard to decipher without getting a bunch of lists on how to improve your classroom. Now, the thing is though, this question really helped me understand the trials and tribulations that come with having an art program in a school, and also why art is so important to not only us as teenagers, but kids who are younger and adults as well. Art has been such a big thing in history, especially when it came down to getting people out of things, just out of a slump or maybe just out of depression, because when it came to researching this, I found out a lot about that because one of the resolutions or things I found out through my research was that art is something that a lot of teenagers look to when it comes to figuring out who they are, or just a way to help them relax, because a lot of people look to our artistic outcomes to help them, because a lot of students really need art in their lives, as I found out. According to a lot of the sources I found, one especially said that a lot of teenagers had gotten better with their discipline because they went to an art classroom and had a positive outlet, especially when it came to younger students as well. A lot of hand-eye coordination skills come from being in an art room, especially when it comes to what they learn, their focus, their colors even. I mean, I'm pretty sure a kid would know how to mix a color properly if they didn't go to art class. So I think especially when it came to researching this question, I mostly found out that not only is it important to have art, but it's also good to have a good teacher in an art room, because if you don't have a good teacher to teach you art, what is the point of you going to that classroom? because a good teacher is really important in a classroom, especially like art, because you need to learn the fundamentals of art to understand things. And what people don't realize, a lot of things with art goes into things like architecture, because you need to sketch your buildings, or you need to sketch certain things for things like what Cameron said for transportation. They probably have to sketch out the roadways as well, just to know what it's going to look like and how things go. Now, here is my advice to rising seniors. My biggest advice is do not procrastinate. I beg of you, please don't. I had a lot of the moments where I did not feel like I wanted to do my project, but I had to get up and do it anyway. But another thing is, please choose a topic that you are going to love with all your heart. I know a lot of you probably already think, well, I do like a topic, but I don't know if I'm going to love it. But just try and find something that you love, because you're going to really want to find a project that you resonate with and that you connect with, because no matter what, this project changes you. I had done some amazing things that I didn't ever think I was going to do. During my PLE, I got up in front of a bunch of kids and taught about prehistoric art. That is something hard to teach about. I'm not that well versed in prehistoric art sometimes. For my community service, I started a club. I basically considered myself the president, and I had a bunch of kids who rallied behind me to make up this club as well. And I think especially when it came down to my research, it was so hard to just look into everything that went towards art and just to see everything that went with it. Now, my future plans. I am planning to go to Old Dominion University and study in art education and get my bachelor's in fine arts and hopefully become an art teacher. And while becoming an art teacher, I hope to come back to Madison as well and help implement more things as an art teacher. Like hopefully we get get a mural painted, or even just maybe start more art classes like art appreciation or art history. Just help students just have a better understanding of art and why it's such an importance to you. Any questions? Yes, Dr. Siam.
Hi, Mila.
Hi, Dr. Siam.
Love the presentation.
Thank you.
Tell me just a bit more. I'm curious, like what to you makes a good teacher? You talked about effective teaching.
I think what makes a good teacher is a teacher that not only listens to you, but just understands what you're trying to do and helps you towards that goal. Because I know, obviously, some of you have had me here, always heard me talk about my goals. And I think a lot of teachers, if they understand your goals and they understand what you want to do, that is really good in a teacher, especially when it comes to just motivating your student, but also giving them the right ways to do it. Because like a parent, they're guiding you through life and trying to get you out of here so you can make it to college and keep learning and keep going towards that goal in life.
So, with your background reading and your experience, what is one, if you can think of one, pearl or nugget of wisdom to an art teacher that you would want them to like carry on, something you've learned?
I think something that I've learned to give to our art teacher actually is just make sure you really do tell these kids that you can do something with art, because I think that a lot of people do not understand, because this is still a negative stigmatism among art, is that you cannot do anything with it, and that is a complete lie. You can do so much with art, and it doesn't have to be you going to an art gallery. You can become an art teacher. You can make jewelry online. You can sell things. It doesn't matter what you do with your art. You can just do something with it, and it will be a positive part of society. I mean, if you look at Culpeper, there are so many paintings on walls and everything, and that is like historically there forever now. And art is something that is forever a part of us. So yeah. Oh. Zoe, do you have a question before I go? Yes.
When doing your project, what bit about it, like, what made you, hold on, what made you decide, oh, I'm going to do art and teaching?
I think it was my art teachers, and I think just the teachers around me, especially my art teachers. I mean, Miss Mann in the middle school, she was a very big motivator. Back when I had like a dress drawing phase, she really like pushed me towards becoming a dress designer. I mean, it's changed, but still, she really pushed me toward it, especially when it comes to doing things like, you know, painting and pottery and everything. I've never always been good with making pottery, but I actually honed in on my skill because I had someone like our previous teacher, like Miss Junto. She was really a really great motivator in keeping us going when we did something. like, making pottery or painting or drawing our own characters.
Oh, I don't know how to fix that. Like the TV coloring.
It's like Zoe, your slides did not look like that. It's like, no, it's like bright like that.
So like it's too yellow, or what do we? Is like, let me ask.
Oh, is it because of the brightness? It is because Zoe, when I did mine on the student it didn't change the colors at all. Okay, yeah.
Can you turn down the brightness?
Because your colors didn't look like that. It's like that helped a little, but no.
Keep doing it. Yeah, just keep turning it down.
Now,
Yeah, it's probably the TV. I was about to say, it did not look like this one.
It's a little bright.
It's probably one of these girls, right?
No,
No, it's just the same thing.
trying to make it less washed out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
Because it
that
looks
corgi
different.
is-
It looks different.
It does. That dog is not supposed to look like this.
I liked it. So, anybody else? Okay.
Oh, can you try it? Yeah.
So go.
No.
Nope, still washed out. Yeah, it's with the screen, not with
I mean, it might be. Maybe screen if you want to see it. Isn't it sure?
you have to have a computer that has
When she stands up. So then she can't be like,
I just the display brightness. Is that just too high?
that's like somebody nods at me.
On this, yes. But see, even if I change it on here, it only changes it on the computer. Yeah. I need, if there's a remote for the screen.
Probably has to do something like getting into the settings of this. This is sort of different than.
I don't know that you can get to it. Yeah, it's the screen. The screen is not
So what would you like me to get in?
So this is just forward and back. Okay. So if you skip a slide by accident, just go back. But this is the button.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do it on your. Can I just do a little pinch?
Yeah, you can try.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that should work.
Again. Oh, did I get it? I think I did.
I was about to say, you might be able to connect it to my necklace as well. That'll help keep it on.
No, I think it's on there. So it's okay. All right, and so just remember to breathe. Right. Our brain can't function without oxygen. So that's a part of my health. You can take a deep breath anytime you need to. Right. We don't know what you're planning to say. So if you forget something, move on. We don't know. If you remember something you want to say, add it back in later. It's not a big deal, okay? This is your brag session. This is the one time people are going to brag about yourself, right? Like you've done something amazing and you're proud of it. Make sure you tell people. Okay? So please remember to breathe.
Oh, quick question. So when I like do examples, I kind of like move around. Is that okay, or should I like stay on one spot? Okay.
That's fine. Like if you,
Cause like I like demonstrating it. I like being like, so you do this and you do this.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So just try to share your story. This should be pure Zoe, right? Like it's not. There is no right or wrong. This is the Zoe show.
I'm just worried about choking up about my reasoning because of how important it is to me.
Emotion is okay. Emotion is absolutely okay.
That'll probably endear me more, if anything.
You what?
It'll probably endear me to them more.
I think that it shows like your passion. It shows, you know, like how it's impacted you. So I don't think it's a bad thing. But if it overwhelms you, just take a deep breath, right? Take a couple deep breaths. You can even move to the side for a second if you want to. Okay. I think this is on. It's all pretty good. Okay.
So I shouldn't worry about it falling or anything.
So you need to worry about it. Okay. She's still trying to figure it out, but I don't think she.
I don't know if there is a. Oh, is she pulling on a new cord?
Maybe a different cord.
Maybe it's the cord. Oh, okay. Oh, we think it's the HDMI cord?
I don't, but
I mean, it's an attempt. This is fun. Nope, it's just the cord. Oh well.
yeah.
Thank you for trying.
Everyone gets the vision.
Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Forward, backward. Okay.
All right, everyone, thanks for your patience. This is Zoe Mitchell, and she focused her entire project on the various training styles for dogs. Welcome, Zoe.
Hi, I'm Zoe Mitchell, as Miss Johnson said, and my presentation is called Furry Friends, Collars, and Leashes. It's about dog training. Oh, there we go. So a little bit about me. I'm 18 years old. I actually transferred from Culpeper to Madison my freshman year, so I originally would not have gone here. So this is great for me. I'm a part of the National Beta Honor Society. I'm also a part of Principal's Cabinet, along with the 12th grade class officers, and I joined Jamila's art club as well. That was a lot of fun for me. So my topic is dog training. And I think it's better to explain what dog training is before I go into my reasoning. So dog training itself is more or less, I guess the easy way is to describe it as psychological conditioning. Does everybody know what that is? Yeah? Okay, good. So it's pretty much more or less a conditioning. So as I said, psychology. Think of it as in like you want to get rid of the bad results to get good results instead. A good example of this might be Pavlov and his dog training, his little bells signifying whether the dog can eat the treat or not. And so the reason I chose dog training, it has to do with an event that happened 2 years ago. So I got a little puppy named Bennett. He was a German Shepherd. Sorry. He meant a lot to me. We were coming home one day, and sorry. So he got hit by a car. He tripped down the stairs. And so the reason I chose dog training was because I never got to train him. So I wanted to help. I chose dog training because I wanted to help improve other people's lives. I wanted them to be able to have a long time with their dogs. Sorry. So Bennett is the reason why I chose this project and why I have gone through with this, why I've been so focused about this, and why I did what I did. And a quote I picked that went with this is that dogs are not our whole life, but they make our lives whole, by Roger Caras. So for my internship, I worked with Canine Caring Angels, dog boarding and training. They're local to the Culpeper, Madison, and I believe Green areas. I had such a great time working with them. So a board and train, right? Back on track. Sorry. So a board and train is where they pick up dogs and they bring them in. So for example, God, Angela had like her entire basement was decked out. Like you had leashes on the walls, you had dog food containers, water bowls. They had a room for just straight up like water jugs. I remember that very vividly. So like it would be a room with all the kennels lined up. So let's say this is the room you had kennels lined up here. You had some on this side along with some on the opposite side of the wall. So it was just a pretty much room with like a hallway that extended out into a bathroom that they used to fill up the water jugs, along with a closet where they held leashes, just a bunch of spare food, and a lot of dog bowls. A ridiculous amount of dog bowls. That's what I remember. And so it was a lot of fun working with them. I actually found them through my mom. My mom is the one that recommended them to me. She sent me like an email or a text and she was like, hey, I know that you want to do dog training. I think these people would be great for you because they're so local. And so I reached out and then we ended up meeting up in the Warrington area where for the very first time I got to talk with her, I got to meet up, and I got to do my very first shadowing actually with her. And I also ended up getting to work with them personally. I got to train two separate dogs. One of them I got to walk with in downtown Culpeper. Her name was Lulu. She was a very, very pretty dog. She was probably up to here on me. I was about to say, she was a tall dog. And so I got to walk with her through downtown with some instruction from another, mentor. I'm calling her a mentor. She deserves that title. Mackenzie Sipe. She was so much fun to be around. She was a college graduate. She originally went in for nursing, but then she ended up going into dog breeding and then transitioning to dog training. And so it was a lot of fun working with them. I also got to work a group session with a dog named Riley. Not the person. Riley, you're amazing. But it was just great. I got to do like a one-on-one with that dog. I got to work it out. And it was a lot of fun. And so speaking of my mentors, this is Angela along with Tucker. This is Tucker right there. He was there every single time I went to the board and train. And then this is Mackenzie along with two of the boarders that were getting picked up to go home. I had so much fun working with these two. They were great people. I loved talking with them. And so my research question, it's what is the best method of dog training? Now this is, it's not actually asking which is the best, but more which is more preferred, which would probably be a better phrasing for it. And so throughout my research, I discovered there was a total of 4 training methods that are mainly used. It involves positive reinforcement. An example of positive reinforcement would be like you tell your dog sit and you're like, oh, good job. You pet them or you give them a treat. And e-collar. This is what my internship literally specialized in. So they more or less use e-collars in their training. So yeah, great. Does everybody know what a clicker is? Yeah? No? Okay. So a clicker is pretty much like, so let's say your dog doing something bad, you're gonna, yeah, you get it now? Okay, yeah, you're just gonna hit the button, they're gonna hear that sound, they're like, ooh, I shouldn't do that. So pretty much e-collar is they have a collar on with a little like actual collar box. So it comes with a collar box, which is where the electricity is stored. So the collars that we used were a sports collar model. So pretty much you would put it on the dog. You would make sure you can still fit like 2 fingers in. So let's say you're putting the leash around the dog. You want to be able to fit 2 fingers in. You want to make sure the prongs and stuff, they aren't hurting the dog. You want it to just be barely touching the dog. And so pretty much you're gonna have a remote. It's gonna have like 2 dials with a few buttons. These dials control how high the shock is and how much the dog is gonna feel it. So let's say you have a dog. It's a larger dog, so you're gonna need a higher number. So let's say this dog slowly starts paying attention at a 2, and then when you get to a 3, it's like, oh, but then you try and go to a 4, it's like, ow. You're gonna leave that at a 3 because that's where the dog's attention is grabbed. So you're gonna turn it up to a point where the dog's attention is grabbed, but you're not harming that dog in any way, shape, or form. Selective ignoring. This is one of the tougher ones actually that I learned about. I read about it and I was like, that's kind of weird. Because naturally, people are always going to be inclined to be like, oh my God, it's my dog, yay. And so selective ignoring, an example I read about, one that I absolutely love is, so I read it was a part of my research paper actually. So you're walking in home with the groceries, your dog is jumping up at your legs, right? You're just going to ignore the dog. You're not even going to give him the time of day. You're just going to keep your groceries, you're going to keep walking, you're going to set them on the counter, you're not going to look at him until you're done. And you're going to keep repeating that. Every single time you bring in groceries, ignore your dog. And you're going to get to the point where your dog is just going to sit there and be like, wait, so if I stop doing this, you'll look at me? You'll pay attention to me? So that's more part of selective training. And service training is actually specialized. So it can come from either one of these 3 methods. Service training, which is basically part of the Americans with Disabilities Act, it allows them to pretty much get a dog. So let's say you're a diabetic and your dog would be able to get you insulin. It would be able to tell you, hey, you need to sit down, or hey, your blood sugar is running low. Maybe go get something to eat. Or something I found was really interesting. Some dogs are trained to open doors, open drawers, get you stuff. So let's say you're in a wheelchair and you can't access something. Your service dog can go and get whatever you need for you. So let's say, oh, hey, I need something that's upstairs, but I don't have enough time to get up out of my chair and go all the way up. You can send your dog up and that dog can just go grab it for you and bring it right back on down. And a part of service training that's actually very interesting, some dogs can wear a vest while others just have it on their collar. So while most dogs are recognized by wearing vests, they can be a service dog and not have a vest on. You're also not allowed to, if you bring a dog into a store, they can't be like, hey, you can't have that in here. All you have to say is, this is a service dog, this is what it does. That's all they should be allowed to ask you. No more, no less. And my community service, so I did an educational presentation on the methods of dog training that I just mentioned. My research helped a ton with it. It was a lot of fun. I had a total of 8 people attend, but only 7 were pictured because one of them came a little later, but that's okay. And it was in the auditorium here on February 7th from 5 to 6. And part of this actually helped with my community service mentor. My mentor and I talked about it. We emailed Mrs. Doctor. It was great working with you. She was a big help in the entire experience, just helping me figure out like, hey, would this look right? Or how would we go about this? Or how do I contact these people? And so it was pretty much just a presentation where I went over all the basics. And I had some surveys actually. So this is before, this was like in my interest one, like, hey, if you're attending, which of these do you think right now would work the best? What do you think is the most effective before you have all the information? So 42.9% said that professional training was the way to go, while others said, well, 57.1% said that positive reinforcement was the way to go. Note how nobody chose e-collar or selective ignoring because they probably didn't know what that was. And then this was after my presentation. This is at the very end. I had a little QR code. I just asked them, hey, do you mind scanning this and filling this out before you go? It would be a big help. And so the question was, after learning more, which method of dog training do you believe is the most effective? And it, as you can see, positive reinforcement was still in the lead, but other people ended up choosing e-collar, selective ignoring, and less chose professional training because they knew more about each subject. And then an extra one that I did with about presentation stuff, it was just, did you find it like enjoyable, informed, and how much did you learn? We had 3 people actually go in. So it was a pretty good rating overall. It was a nice average. And so my future plans, I intend to attend the University of Mary Washington. I want to major in psychology. And I think afterwards, I want to go into stuff like therapy for war veterans and just people suffering from PTSD, because my dad's been such a big part of my life, like both of my parents have. And if this is a way I can give back to them, I want that to be the way. I want to be able to help them. I want to be able to support them. And if that's how I can do it, then that's how I want to do it. And my advice, so this is for just in general when it involves the project. As you saw earlier, I was very emotional about the reason I chose my topic, and that's a good thing. You're allowed to cry about why you chose your topic. Like, if you're showing that much emotion, that's how you know you picked the right topic. That's how you know it means so much to you. So pick something that you know that you're going to love, that you will absolutely take with 100%. You'll stride with it all the way to the end. And also, reiterating what Jamila said, don't procrastinate. It's not worth it. Like, what are you gonna do? You have like what, an entire year plus you have the summer plus an entire first semester to work on it. You shouldn't even be procrastinating. You're gonna have enough time. And any questions?
So for this project, what was your favorite part about it?
Oh, that's easy. It was working with the dogs. I loved them. Yes, Sadie?
For the e-collar method, how did you know what level was too high, and how did you know when the collar was hurting the dog versus when it was just capturing their attention?
Okay, so the big point with that is that each dog is different. So let's say a smaller dog is going to have to be at a lower level. So you're always going to start the dog off at a 1. You're going to go up to a 2. You're just slowly going to go up to the scale. It stops at a 7. Yeah. So you should, I'm being honest here. I don't think you should ever have a dog above a 5. And if you do, that's because that dog is ridiculously strong or is a very big dog in size. Does that answer your question? Okay. Mr. Doctor?
Did you find that, like, I know in veterinary medicine, like, patient compliance is sometimes one of the biggest frustration that happens. How about, like, after the dogs left training camp? Is there ever, I'm just curious, is there, like, a check-in or anything to kind of see how they're doing? And what was that like the owner compliance with this whole thing?
Okay, so that's something that my mentor literally talked with me about. I'm like, so what's the toughest part of your job? She's like, training the owners, not the dogs, the owners. She said that, so an example story she gave me was that they had a little dog, and like, so they trained her, she was doing good, they took her home, but then all of a sudden she starts yelping every single time. Mom's holding the remote and being like, hey, sit down, do this. So they bring her back in because they're like, oh, we think we're hurting her, like, we've just kind of stopped doing it because we're worried. And then Angela grabs the remote. She has the dad walk her around, she has the mom walk her around, gives dad the remote, same setting, like, and then she gives mom the remote. It's off. The collar is off. So she clicks the remote. The dog sees her click that remote and just goes, oh my God, you're hurting me. The truth is that the collar wasn't on the entire time. That dog was just a faker.
So the dog was really good at training.
Yeah, the dog was really good. Yes, again, Sadie?
So I actually have a little dog, and she does the jumping thing when you get home because she's really excited. And we've been trying to do the selective ignoring her until she calms down.
Is it not working?
How long does it normally take? Because it's been like a couple weeks. My mom's like, don't talk to her.
It's gonna take a while because how many people do you have in your family, Sadie?
Right now, 3 in my house.
Okay, so if you just, because do you have people come over sometimes and they're just like, your dog's jumping and they interact? Because that might be a bit of an issue.
Sometimes we tell them, don't look at her.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Because has she been doing this for a long time?
Yeah, because I think she's little.
Oh,
She likes to.
yeah, it's gonna take a while to get that out of her.
Okay.
Any other questions? I can't see it. I can't see it. I can't see it. Oh, I feel bad about crying.
Why do you feel bad about it? It's good. You shared your story. That was so good.
Oh, we get a break.
Yes. Good job.
Oh my God, we figured it out.
I would like back there like Googling like, okay, board, washed out, how do I get it? So it's this locker and then you can get it. And the contrast is on.
It's just a few minutes. You can do something hard and scary for a few minutes,
Yeah,
right?
and then it'll be over with.
And then you'll be over it. And And really, this is the only time that we tell you to brag about yourself, right? This is the chance to share a cool thing that you've done.
Yeah.
The most important thing I'm going to tell you is to breathe, right? If you can't think of what to say, I just read your breath. Nobody cares, right? And it gives my brain a little more oxygen. My brain needs oxygen to function, right? And it helps break that cycle a little bit, okay? Yeah. Remember, we don't know what you plan to say, so if you forget something, you're gone. We don't care. We don't know. If you remember something you want to add in, put it back in. That's fine, right? Like it's your story.
Yeah.
This is forward and back. The click. So this doesn't actually work on the screen, so you have to just use your finger. Yeah. So just forward and back. It's pretty simple. If you skip a slide, just push back. It's not a big deal. Okay. Just to share what you have done.
Yeah, so a lot of people here. I have a big heel on. All right. Next up is Michelle Thompson, and her focus for her project was on the impact that social media has on small businesses.
So good morning, and like Ms. Johnson said, my name is Michelle Thompson, and for my senior capstone project, I decided to focus on social media's impact on small businesses. So a little bit more about me. Besides being a senior here and part of the Governor School class, I am also a 3-sport athlete and have been for all 4 years of high school. I'm also an active member in Beta Club, FCA, Principals Cabinet, and Student Council as a social media representative. For my quote of quality, I decided to pick one by Narendra Modi, which says, "Social media is reducing social barriers. It connects people on the strength of human values, not identities." I decided to use this quote to overshadow my whole project because I felt like it ultimately showed the importance of social media and how it has affected our society as a whole. I chose this topic because from a very young age, I have been in front of the camera, whether it was from photo shoots in the backyard with my mom or on stage for a pageant. I've always found myself in front of a camera. So when I came across an internship or professional learning experience where I could incorporate photography and social media, I couldn't pass up the opportunity. So a little bit more about my mentor for my professional learning experience. This is Melissa Cave, and she's been a photographer in the area for 11 years and has contributed to a lot of photography between weddings, senior sessions, couples shoots, and even sports photography. And I felt like she was a professional in the area and would be great for my professional learning experience. So all that I did for my PLE, I was able to work alongside Missy and shadow her at both a wedding and a senior session where I was able to document and film sections of her process for photography. And I was able to take these videos and piece them together to be used for her social media platforms to draw in potential clients that might not have been able to know what she was capable of doing. I was also able to work with her to come up with photos and captions to post on her social media just to influence and get her products out there for more people to see. I was also able to interview her after and see the overall impact that social media has had on her business as a whole, and was also able to see the full circle experience of behind the scenes for the photo shoot, but also the editing that goes into making her post worthy for her social media and for potential clients to see in the future. So going into my research, I was overall with the idea that social media has had a positive impact on the growth and outreach for businesses, and I decided to focus on how does social media impact the outreach for businesses. And while not able to find so much statistical data to support my findings because it's not something that's very documented, I was able to overall show that social media has been a tool for businesses and has overall been able to affect the outreach and impact that businesses are able to reach more people. I also found in one of my sources that around 3.54 billion people are active on social media. So allowing these businesses to use social media as a tool to implement in their businesses allows them to reach a broader audience as well. For my community service, I was able to work with Sandra Broyles, who's part of the Hope for Appalachia team in Madison. A little bit more about Hope for Appalachia is it's a local organization, and we have a team in Madison who work together to collect items and send necessities to a poorer area in Kentucky, specifically the Appalachian Mountains. And I was able to work with her to come up with items needed for both my item drive and packing day that I was able to plan. So I was able to, for my community service, work alongside her to come up with items, including coats and blankets, to host an item drive here at the Madison County High School. And I was able to collect both the coats and blankets that were used in my packing day for Hope for Appalachia. And we were able to, I made these posters and flyers that I posted around the school, and also was able to post to my social medias and both the high school's information page to get my awareness out to more people than just inside the high school. I wanted anyone that was able to come or want to help out be able to do so. I was also able to, in this far picture, as you can see, I was able to speak in front of my church to further the extent of my outreach, just to include and inform more people in my community. The far two photos in here show the packing day where we packed the coats and blankets into boxes, and we're able to pack these boxes to be sent to the schools that the Madison team targets in Kentucky for these children. And this picture also shows how fortunate I was able to go on the December trip, where we passed out the Purple Hope bags that were full of necessities and cool items for the children. And I was also able to see the boxes of the items I was able to collect be distributed to each of the schools. So it was cool to see the impact that my project here could have on a community down there. I also was able to attribute the success of the turnout for my packing day to a lot of my outreach through social media as well. And while on the trip, due to some weather complications, we were also able to adopt 5 children to buy Christmas gifts for them. So I was also able to do that and document through my internship skills. I used my skills of videoing to piece together a video that I was also able to show more recently in front of my church and explain my trip and the experience that I had overall. This project, not only was I able to work within my community to come up with something to bring our community together, but I was also able to impact a needier community in the Hope for Appalachia, Kentucky trip. This trip, they have one in December, but they also have one in the spring. So us being able to go in December allowed us to not only install hope into these children and the people of their community, but remind them that there are people on their side, even though their situation might not be the greatest. It allows them to see that there can be better tomorrow and that there is change that can happen. Overall, this project really showed me that one person can make a difference. Even though you're only one person and you're working with your community, it kind of causes a ripple effect. While all these people were able to work here in Madison to come up with this trip, we were also able to impact a bigger community that was in need. And it overall showed me that I can make a difference no matter where I'm at. So in the future, I plan to attend a 4-year university and pursue a degree in nursing or biomedical engineering, and with hopes of either becoming a nurse practitioner or exploring biomedical engineering as a whole. My advice for future students would be to start early. I know a lot of people say that, but I found myself having my internship at the end of the summer, so I was able to accomplish both my professional learning experience and my community service within the first semester, and it allowed for a better flow my senior year and to have more freedom in my schedule to do more things. And I'd also say enjoy the process. Like, this is a project you have a lot of freedom with, so being able to pick something you want to do and enjoy it day by day while you're doing it is definitely something I encourage students to do. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
So you mentioned in your research that you couldn't really find much of a study on this kind of thing so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of study might you suggest? What kind of data would you be interested in seeing for that?
I think maybe like bigger businesses that have been around before social media impacted their outreach would definitely be able to see like maybe their potential client number compared to then to now with social media being able to be used. I think would show that like the contrast between outreach and stuff, and maybe have a business start from just reaching out to people in their community instead of using social media, just to like see the influence that social media does have on the growth of businesses now.
So I was wondering how you found the group that you worked with for your personal learning experience. How that like working with them impacted you like specifically.
So my internship or community service? So Melissa Cave, she is a photographer here in the area, and I've seen her work before. And when I saw she posted it on her social media that she wanted professional learning or mentors to help her with managing her social media and helping the outreach for her businesses, I thought it would be a great way to incorporate into my senior project. Is that it?
Yep, there it is. All right, I'm just going to stick it right here. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Forward and backwards. It's pretty basic. If you miss a slide, just go back. It's not a big deal. This doesn't actually work on the screen. So you have to point if you want to point at something. Right? Just know that this is your journey. Yes. And so, like, if you are talking about something you forget, just move on. If you remember something that you forgot, you can bring it back in. We don't know. Okay. So just make sure you should know. This is okay. Just share your life as your chest. Okay. Yes. I don't tell that very often. Yeah. Just take a deep breath, and then you'll be able to breathe. Because nobody's going to notice you have to breathe anyways, right? So just take a pause. It's okay to do that. Okay. All right. So forward and backward. Forward and backwards. Just do your best. It's okay. Sure. Do something.
All right, next up we have Aaron Richards, and his focus was on some of the challenges that healthcare providers face in their work.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So firstly, I would like to say that for as long as I can remember, I've constantly been intrigued by healthcare careers. However, this interest was superficial at best and not always genuine. When originally reviewing these career pathways, I became blindsided by the high salaries that they received and began associating healthcare personnel such as nurses or physicians with monetary figures. I therefore had lost the understanding of what it truly meant to be a healthcare provider. Fortunately, through this project and several other courses I have taken at Madison County High School, I have developed a strong understanding of what it truly means to be a healthcare provider. And with that being said, my name is Aaron Richards, and this is the trauma behind providing healthcare. All right, so a little bit about me. There's everyday me outside of the suit, you know, just normal braids. I took this picture, I think, last week because I realized I didn't really have a good picture to put in here. So I have gone to Madison County High School all 4 years. I've gone to Madison County Public School my entire life. Some courses I have taken at Madison County High School that have expanded my medical knowledge would include anatomy and physiology, intro to health and medical sciences, as well as a CNA certification course and a patient care tech and EKG technician course. Furthermore, I have always, like I said, been interested in healthcare and am looking to pursue healthcare in the future. So a little bit about my topic and my inspiration. Obviously, with being so interested in healthcare and medicine, I knew right away as soon as I became a freshman BRVGS student that I wanted to do something medically aligned. And I stumbled across this topic via my sister, my eldest sister, Amber Robson, who's my inspiration. She became a nurse during the COVID-19 pandemic, and she would constantly come home devastated and disheveled and disappointed with her workday. And she would tell me stories that really had a big impact on me. Most significant I can remember is that she had to perform post-mortem care on a pregnant woman and her dead baby. The baby had not been born yet. And this was during the time when she herself was trying to become pregnant and later had to go through IVF. And this whole process was very difficult for her to endure. But that being said, she definitely lent me a big light and shined a necessary light on what like a difficult issue that needed to be addressed. Furthermore, I just wanted to establish that healthcare careers aren't simply monetary and that there is labor that goes behind them, and you have to genuinely want to be a healthcare provider in order to succeed in this career. So a little bit about my research. With my interest in this topic and my inspiration, I decided that a good research question to encapsulate my interest would be, what obstacles do medical personnel have to endure, and how does this affect them? To source my research, we went on a field trip to the UVA library, now Shannon Library, and I found several sources. However, it was very difficult to find sources that fit this point of view and the fact that they were analyzing and reflecting on the healthcare provider instead of how the healthcare provider handled certain diseases or protocols and what their thoughts were on about diagnoses and treatments. So after a couple of weeks, I was able to narrow it down to a nice list, and I found that in the areas of education, mental health, and workplace culture, that those were the most prominent obstacles that they had to face. So in the challenges of education, obviously we know that healthcare providers have to endure a long and lengthy process to become who they are or who they want to be. And this process is often very rigorous and very financially demanding. And so that's is kind of what that image on the far right, left represents. And this image down here would go to represent my research paper quote, which is 1/5 of surveyed minority students decided against a medical career, such as a physician or nurse, after being shown the realities of obtaining such careers. This basically, I included this to show that the most prominent issue with education and education of healthcare careers is that there's a lack of representation for minority students. And this would cause a big issue later on as we don't have a diverse pool of healthcare providers to provide to the diverse population of America. As we know, America's a big melting pot of cultures, and it's very important to have healthcare providers to cater to each of these cultures' needs. So that's just kind of what this image is representing. We see we have some handicap people, we have people of different ethnicities, different genders, religious ideologies, and all kinds of things are included within this picture. Moving on to demands on mental health, I found that healthcare careers and education, continuing off of that, cause extreme amounts of burnout or just exhaustion due to exhaustion due to prolonged or excessive stress in the workplace or just in any area of your life. You can become burnout in any area. I found that I became burnout with education for a little bit and my moving forward, just as I felt that, I'm doing all these things, but I'm not seeing any results. Thankfully, this project helped me with that. But my research paper quote that I thought encapsulated this section would be 65% of subjects reported worsened quality of sleep, 25% or 27% reported drug use, and 28% reported symptoms of PTSD. This just goes to show that the events and everyday lives of healthcare personnel are really affecting them outside of the workplace and damaging their mental health and their ability to function as a everyday citizen. This image down here kind of expands upon the percentage of people who reported drug use, as it shows that healthcare providers are very susceptible to addiction and that dentists, pharmacists, and nurses especially are susceptible. It says that up to 19% of dentists, 15% of pharmacists, and 10% of nurses are using substances or have a substance abuse disorder. some causes of burnout, going back to that topic, could just simply be having a long day at work without being supported by your administration. Right now, we're seeing a lot of understaffing in the medical sector just because of the retirement from the baby boomers. They're all retiring, so we're seeing a deficit in healthcare providers, and it's causing healthcare providers to see more patients in less time, and therefore burning them out as they are just having to exhaust themselves in order to meet this requirement. Moving on to workplace culture or workplace violence and anxiety, as I thought it would be better termed. My research paper quote would be that 39% of nurses and 51% of primary care providers, such as physicians or general doctors that you would see, experience at least 3 events of violence during their workday. This is horrible. The fact that almost half of primary care providers and almost half of the nurses experience at least 3 events of violence. That's just 3, like a minimum of 3. They could experience 10, 15, 20, 30, it doesn't matter. Events of violence could include like threats, intimidation, harassment, verbal abuse, physical abuse. Healthcare providers are one of the top recipients of physical abuse just as because they're so accessible to the public, and they're often delivering negative news, and nobody wants to be in the hospital. Hospitals aren't usually a fun place to be in. So it's not surprising to see that. Additionally, on the provider perspective as an employee, they have lots of anxiety about the rising um, oof, excuse me, the rising percentage of healthcare administrators in comparison to physicians. So over here on this chart, we can see that from 1970 to 2015, the red being managers or administrators and the physicians being the green, we can see that there's been a dramatic difference in the 2 categories, and that this is concerning because physicians do not manage the budget, but healthcare administrators do. And one of the biggest problems in healthcare is the allocation of funds, as some departments receive too much, some receive too little. And I saw this during my internship with working in the dietary department. I'll touch on that a little bit more later. So this brings me to my PLE. And so my PLE, I originally wanted to do something in like the emergency department, because when you think about trauma, you think like what's most violent, what's happening most quickly, what's most chaotic. So my mind was drawn to the emergency department. However, like Michelle said, it's important to try to do this stuff as soon as possible in the summer. I did not have that opportunity as I worked and I was doing a summer course. So I had to do my PLE during the fall semester. This was incredibly difficult to schedule anything, as hospitals like Centera or even UVA, where I did end up doing my PLE, were more geared towards summer internships rather than fall or spring internships. And so it took me weeks to finally find a decent internship and actually schedule and meet with my mentor. Fortunately, I did meet with Miss Panovich in the back, and she talked about it with me, kind of reassured me that everything would be okay, and asked me a little bit about my project and connected me with a friend of hers, dietitian Stacy McRae, who basically coordinated my PLE experience and reassured me that everything would be okay, and connected me with dietitian Medico and dietitian Granitsky, who I will talk about in a little bit. So shadowing dietitian Medico, she worked in the UVA Pediatric EOE Clinic, or eosinophilic esophagitis clinic. And you might be wondering, what is EOE? So EOE is a chronic condition that's typically caused by allergic reactions to certain foods or food groups that causes a buildup of eosinophils, which are a white blood cell, in your esophagus, the lining of your esophagus, which causes inflammation and eventually strictures. You can see this in this picture as we have a normal esophagus kind of branching into the stomach, and then with no eosinophils, and we see it progressing as eosinophils with inflames. Then we get fibrosis or strictures, as I was talking about. And then we have EOE fibrosis, which is like the end stage. Usually, if you don't get diagnosed early on in your life, you will have EOE fibrosis instead of EOE inflammation. And down here we can see that it's more common in children to be in the earlier stage than adults, as adults obviously have gone undiagnosed for a longer period of time and are more at risk for strictures. So for the possible treatments, you can do medicinal therapy early on. One of the treatments that they were working with in the clinic was called dupilumab. Dupilumab is basically just an anti-inflammatory medicine. They're also working with proton pump inhibitors. However, later on, these medical options or medicinal options are less applicable to your condition just because of the strictures being so developed or have been being developed for a long time. So you will have to go and get your esophagus physically expanded by a balloon, and you have to do this routinely, probably every 6 months. Continuing on to my second part of my PLE, where I shadowed dietitian Krenitsky in the medical ICU of UVA. We basically just reviewed standard dietary protocol, looked at patients, calculated their targeted weight goals and caloric gains, and made sure that they didn't have any deficits or weren't lacking in any vitamins, or none of their vitals indicated significant condition or change in their symptoms and prognosis. Here's some of my captured moments. I'm standing outside of the VA Medical Center entrance, and then this is actually where I performed the interview with dietitian Medico and her colleagues. I wasn't able to take any pictures, obviously, because that would break HIPAA, and we know HIPAA's a very big thing. I took some pictures of this helicopter landing on the helipad as I arrived. Once again, there's the space with Medico. Here's me just getting to the space with Medico, some images of the UVA lobby and buildings, and then this is Medico herself doing a little bit of charting on Epic. Epic is the digital charting system that is commonly used by most hospitals in America. Here's the foyer, little nighttime images, and here's the parking garage and my view from where I parked. Moving on to my community service project. Okay, so for my community service project, I worked with the lovely Miss Kemp, who is our nursing teacher here at Madison County High School. I have had the pleasure of knowing her all 4 years at Madison County High School. She's taught me in the Intro in Health and Medical Science and my CNA course, my Patient Care Tech and EKG Technician courses. So together we came and decided that we wanted to do a family and friends CPR course, and we coined the CPR course as Cookies and CPR with Aaron and Miss Kemp. And basically we just hosted a CPR night from 5 to 8 p.m. on February 28th to wrap up the month of the heart and celebrate, cardiovascular awareness and health. And I wanted at least 10 people to show up. I got 8 people to sign up, 8 people showed up. It was a very good turnout. They loved the course, enjoyed it, found it very fun. I did try to gear this more towards the parents of students instead of students themselves, as students are obviously taught CPR and health and PE, as well as if they were to do CNA course or sports med or intro to health and medical science, they would review CPR again. So obviously I wouldn't want to be redundant with this and try to actually have an outreaching effect to the community. Fortunately, most of my participants were adults or friends and family that I knew outside of school. I wasn't able to market as well just to being sick during this time frame, as well as some personal events that happened in Miss Kemp's life. But fortunately, we were able to put in an announcement in the school daily announcements, as well as I printed out some of these flyers and posted them up around the school. But our primary marketing was word to mouth. So here is some captured moments. We see here they're doing some respirations on our dummies. Here's another respiration video or picture. And then here's them watching the CPR training course. That's just American Heart Association. And then there's me showing them how to use the AED. At the end of this course, I had everybody complete a survey that just basically said, do you feel more prepared to handle emergencies outside in the community? Do you think that this course would benefit students and parents? And would you like to see this course continue so it has lasting impact after my graduation? Fortunately, all 8 of the attendants said yes to all of the questions and gave me high praise. I have yet to talk to admin, Mr. Kubricki, but I would love to meet with you after this and talk about continuing this program. So for my plans after graduation, obviously, I'm a Madison County Mountaineer. So after I graduate in May, I will be going to Radford University and attending their Honors College and Nursing program. And then after that, I will either continue on to a nurse practitioner program or apply to the Nurse Naval Corps and join the Navy nurses for 4 years to get plenty of experience before coming back to the private sector and hopefully travel nursing. So any advice and recognition? My biggest advice to students would be that this is a project that this is your project. You made this project. So when you come to this presentation, your heart may feel like it's pounding out of your chest. My watch was telling me that my resting heart rate was over 120. And like asking me if I needed to take a break or take a walk, and like it was really concerned. But this this project is your baby. You made this, so you shouldn't be nervous. You should just be able to come up here and speak from the heart, like I just did, and you should be okay. So recognition, I'd like to thank Ms. Johnston for being so patient and advising me along this. I'd like to thank Ms. Panovich for helping me with my PLE. I'd like to thank dietitian Medico and dietitian Krenitsky, as well as their colleagues, for giving me the opportunity to shadow them. I'd like to thank Ms. Kemp for helping me organize my community service project and attending it, as well as helping me kind of corral the adults, as that can be kind of difficult to manage a group of people. But yeah, any questions? All right. Can we go first? Thank you.
So, in spite of all of what you just learned about how stressful and damaging it can be, what has motivated you to continue going into medicine?
Just seeing the need and having done these courses like the CNA course, the EKG course, and the patient care technician course, I've been able to have clinical experience like at the Autumn Care Nursing Home. And so I've actually been able to see myself in this position, and I felt significant relief and just benefit mentally. It felt really good to give back to the community and be able to provide for others.
So you paint a really effective and startling picture of like a job that's basically being squeezed from both the patient end and then kind of the same thing with the administrators in turn. So I don't know if you've come across this in your background research. Was this all particular to the United States healthcare system?
Yes.
Or was it, so did you find anything just about like other countries? Are they facing some of the same issues?
Yes. So for example, Spain, this was a lot of my research relied on the COVID-19 pandemic, just because it provided an opportunity for people to conduct studies.
Sure.
Everything was significantly heightened, so it was easier to get results. But over in Spain, they saw that like 30% of nurses had elevated depressive symptoms and anxiety while coming to work, that burnout was most prevalent in nurses and physicians instead, as they're most directly accessible to the public and stuff like that.
And you kind of mentioned, is most of the background research, is that like post-COVID?
Yes.
So I take it there's just been a lot more information available since then?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
Any other questions?
There's an increase in like AI in hospitals. Do you think that will help like relieve the stress?
I believe to an extent that it can. However, I feel like AI is such a new tool that in order for it to be like dynamic, like a healthcare provider would need to be, you have to respond to a various amount of situations and incoming information. I feel like it'd be a little difficult and might overload that technology. But on like a minute basis with the Epic system, there's like you said, AI already being implemented in like graphing and charting and stuff like that. So it's easier and they have less of a workload. But kind of half and half, I guess. She is still in nursing. She has moved from the UVA hospital. She was a part of the cardiothoracic team in the ICU, but she moved from the ICU to the cardiac clinic on Fontaine just because of having a baby and it being better with hours and stuff like that. But she loves every bit of it and was super excited to hear that I wanted to pursue nursing. All right. All done? Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Did that help? All right, I'm gonna put this like on top of your sweater. Is that is that okay right here? Yeah, I just don't want to put your hair in it because that would be like if you move your hair and then you take the microphone.
Right.
Okay. This is, and you know what? I'm gonna just change it a little bit because I know I'm supposed to point it up. So okay, there we go. This is just the clicker, so forward and back. It's pretty simple. If you go past it, just go back. It's not a big deal. Okay. Just remember, we don't know what you're planning to say. So if you skip something, move on. If you remember something you want to say, add it in, right? Like it's your story. So it's all you, right? Like it doesn't have to. There's no right or wrong. Right? There's no scripture to follow. Remember to breathe. That's the most important thing.
I'm thinking new slide, deep breath.
That would be perfect because our brain needs like oxygen to function, right? So and then just brag about yourself. You've done the hard work. Like this is your chance to share about that, right? It's super exciting. I want to get this here. So, right? It's coming up. Hold on. Awesome.
Can I start whenever or after she
Sure.
announces?
I just want to move this to the few minutes and we can do anything for a few minutes, right? If you do something hard.
And then break
And then
after this?
Yes.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking just scan the senior courtyard. Just like you. All right, everyone. Next up, we have Miss Lily Ross, and Lily focused her project efforts on looking at the ways that the CSI impacts or affects society. Lily. So my name is Lily Ross, and for my senior capstone project, I focused on the CSI effect and its impact on society. Okay, a little bit about me is I've been in governor school for all 4 years. I'm in Beta Club, and I'm also one of our senior class's social media representatives. Another little note about me is I've always had a passion for mysteries and puzzles. And throughout the years, it's grown into a passion specifically for crime. So when given an opportunity to do my project on whenever I wanted, I definitely focused on the CSI effect. So first off, what is the CSI effect? It is a media phenomenon that impacts jurors and their decisions. So, for example, a individual will watch any one of these fictional shows which falsely depicts how the criminal justice system acts. And then when called to jury, they will be required to make a decision on a trial, and they will not know how to do it because of what they watched on TV versus what they were presented with in real life, which is very different. So for example, here in the show CSI, it is about a lab team that focuses on evidence, and they are very able to get their answers back for like DNA analysis very quickly, but in reality, it can take months and years to get answers back for evidence. Another good example is the show Dexter. The main character, Dexter, is a blood analyst for the Metro PD, and while also doing this job, he is a serial killer. However, in reality, he would never have enough time to be a rapid killer and be also to analyze cases. So my research question was, how does the crime entertainment industry impact society? And through my research, I was able to find that with an increase in violence in these fictional shows, there has been an increase in violence in society, as well as mental health issues have increased due to something called social learning theory.
where somebody intakes one genre of media and it impacts their day-to-day life. So for this case, if it is crime, they begin to view the world as a bad place and never want to leave their home, which leads to depression and anxiety due to the lack of socialization. So for my personal learning experience, I did it with the Virginia State Police Department, and I shadowed First Sergeant Sean McCurry, who works in the Bureau of Criminal Investigations, where their Division II Department headquarters in Culpeper during the last 2 weeks of October. He was able to put me into contact with a lot of people from different departments. So I talked to a lot of people from their bombing unit, their sex crimes unit. I was able to sit in on an interview where somebody had wanted to press charges on another person. So I was able to sit in on that. And I was also able to sit in on a kind of a meeting that they did where they talked about evidence. They were reviewing evidence from a past cold case. So from my experience, I was able to also take a lot of pictures of things that they look at in evidence. So these first two images here are actually high resolution images of bullets. And in this image, it focuses on the center of the bullet because whenever a gun is shot, it's a pin that pushes the bullet out and it leaves a distinct marking in the middle. And then in this image, it leaves a special scratching because in order to identify what gun was used in the crime. And then all the way in this picture, actually on my first day, somebody from their drug task force had came back from an undercover drug deal and was letting my mentor know what had happened. And he said, come on, like, I'll come show you this. So it is a evidence bag with a small amount of cocaine in it. So these are some of the machines that I was taught about while there. This is the machine that took the images of the bullet. So there's just a very focused camera inside of this machine. This second one is a machine that they call Andy that is a data analysis or DNA analysis machine. And its wide base at the bottom makes it mobile, so they're able to bring it to where they need it. And then the last image all the way on the right is a machine that they can use to preserve their fabric evidence. So if it's soaked in blood, they're able to put it into the machine and it preserves it for later analysis. Lastly, which was also, you could say was my favorite part, was their crime investigations truck, which holds everything that they needed to evaluate a crime scene. So it holds a variety of sizes of packaging for evidence. Some for smaller pieces of evidence are pictured on the right. And it also includes things like body bags, body tags, pictures or in film that they would need for taking pictures of the crime scene, and rods for bullets. So whenever I was interviewing everybody at the police department, I was able to talk to somebody in financial scams. And so that immediately kind of stuck out to me and gave me the opportunity to do my community service project, just because he explained to me the importance of how scams are impacting people so much today that I wanted to use it for my community service project. So with the help of my mentor, Monica Robbins, I presented to a middle school class about internet scams. So after my presentation about internet scams, where I was able to just talk to them about the most important scams that I see day to day, and also I explained the importance of knowing what one was or what internet scams are and how to protect yourself from one. I had them do a financial scam escape room where they were given 3 challenges to do. The first challenge was matching the scam term to its definition. The second one was a multiple choice question. And then the third one was a true or false questionnaire. And then after they escaped, because they were in middle school, they were given 2 lollipops, which they were very excited about. So the main data that I wanted to collect, and my main goal was that they were able to
were confident in their ability to recognize a financial scam, and they understood how important a financial scam is. So what is represented by the blue in the pie chart shows that a majority of them were confident and understood the importance. So the significance of me doing my internship with the Virginia State Police Department was that doing it with a smaller sheriff's department, I wouldn't have found my question of how social media affects them because of, say, for Madison, we are such a small community that social media really doesn't impact us. However, a Virginia State Police Department, their specific division overlooks many different counties. So the likelihood that social media impacted them was higher. And I was actually able to talk to somebody who specifically looks through social media to make sure that their department is being represented fairly. And he said whenever he comes across an article that has misrepresented them, he simply reaches out to the author and advises them to either edit it or remove it, or they will be removed from like having the insight of their department, which they usually do remove it. And then the significance for my community service was that I had personally got my cell phone in middle school. So that kind of age group, knowing about internet and the risks and scams that can come with it was very important. So if I were to do this project again, I would definitely be more direct in my emails just because I had wasted the whole month of September kind of going back and forth with somebody from the Orange County Police Department, where he, in this email here, shared a study that said that women don't typically go into forensic science. However, after doing my own research, I found that that was not true. In the pie chart, represented by red, women mostly make up the undergraduate forensic science program at Penn State University. And any advice that I would give to rising seniors would be that definitely use this project to kind of confirm that what you want to do in a future career, just because if you kind of lead with that, people in that same career path will be more motivated to tell you about it. And so in the fall, I will be attending George Mason University with my best friend Sadie Varv and majoring in forensic science. Are there any questions? Erin?
Did you find yourself prior to this project
Yes, like I definitely grew up watching some of my favorite shows being fictional shows, but I think more recently I kind of stemmed to the documentaries, which definitely showed what realistically goes on. So then doing my mentorship or my mentor and talking with him, I was able to see that like some of the stuff that you actually do see in fictional shows can be true, but some of the main things that people look at are still false. So I was definitely kind of had a false sense of reality of what was going on, but then some things that I had no idea like about that police look for. Obviously I can't share them, but I was definitely able to be informed about, which is very cool. Yes. Mm-hmm. So in like Hollywood, one of the people that I had spoken to said that they were kind of glamorizing and just really using their TV show, the concept, as a way to just get entertainment, get views, make money. So they just make it more graphic so people watch it and are like, wow, like this is really cool. And like, oh, as I mentioned earlier about like they kind of watch what they see and then begin to sort of subconsciously act in that way, just not purposefully. But for example, as I mentioned earlier, the show Dexter, I found in my research that a teenager had watched that show and then the main concept in that show is he like plastic wraps everything and then kills. Well, there was a teenager in Oregon who had done that same thing and was like, well, I am basically that character, which is not true. So, like, he can't be a fictional character. So, that's an example. Yes.
So you talked a lot about, again, how crime fiction has an influence on people in the real world. I was wondering if you think that it has caused any like desensitization of people to violence, and if it has had like an emotional impact on people, to where people are being less empathetic with each other.
I definitely focused more on like the mental health effects, but for violence, like specifically talking about the violence, yes, like there's definitely less empathy just because generally since COVID, there's been an increase in focusing on the crime genre and horror in media and in shows and films and things like that. I'm sorry, I touched it. I got nervous.
Is it a good time? It was very good, yes. It was. I don't know. I think you could check it. Good job fact checking about that and not really just negative things about us. That's ridiculous.
No, it was like just one of those things where it's like in the email, I plan on majoring in blah blah blah, but this is my focus in my project, and he just got like hung up on like the forensic science part, and I was like talking about that vision, walking away. So I was just like, thank you for your time, but yeah, yeah.
Do you want this? I'm gonna sit here. Just sit back here. We don't want it up. All right.
Both at once.
Yeah.
It doesn't sit. It doesn't.
Start spinning. Right?
I do like this. Standing right here.
You want us to scoot it over?
She doesn't have my crutch. I don't know.
Maybe like I'll just. Let me move this out of your way so that if there's no cords. If I have this right here, I can use the crutch. So I can use this hand. Okay. Yeah, does that work? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put this on. This is just so that the recording can hear you. And then this is the clicker, just forward and back. It's super simple. This doesn't actually, I mean, it works, but it doesn't work on there. So just point if you need to, or whatever, okay? So you got that. If you miss the slide, go back. It's not a big deal. People go forward and back in slideshows all the time. Okay? Remember to breathe.
Okay, well,
That's the most important thing. We smile and we take a deep breath. It fakes our body into calming down. It's just
and if
does.
something happens, I'll be like, I'll make eye contact.
And then just take a deep breath.
Okay, yes.
And like nobody will notice.
Yeah.
And it actually helps having like pauses.
Yeah.
You know, instead of just rushing through the body.
Yeah.
It's nice to have it. On top of the next thing, right? Like it's good for your well-being.
Yeah.
It's good for the recitation.
Yeah.
You will definitely love that. And you have a lot of good stuff to say.
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
Tell us about it, right? We want to hear.
Thank you. I'm gonna just hold on my hand and then use this other side.
Slide the chair right here.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Here, look.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Got a great story.
All right, everybody, we're going to resume our presentations. And next up, we have Kiera Colvin, and she focused on community relations with law enforcement and law enforcement behind the scenes. Kiera,
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kiera Colvin, and I'm a Governor School senior at Madison County High School. A little bit about me is I've been playing softball my whole life. I'm in clubs such as SCA, Senior Class Council, Principal's Cabinet, and National Beta Club. A little bit about my topic is I wanted to see the background of the criminal justice system. And I chose this topic because growing up, I had mixed emotions towards law enforcement, and due to social media, due to what I saw on social media, like George Floyd and what happened to him in 2020. And I really wanted to see firsthand what law enforcement is all about and how much they do for the community, and tell that to the community how much law enforcement does for them. My main goal is to bridge the criminal justice system with the community and let the community know how much positive stuff law enforcement does for them. My research question is the impact of diversity, equality, and social media has on the criminal justice system. And going into my research, I really want to have an open mind and no opinions because I really didn't know what I was going to find in my research. And I found that law enforcement and the criminal justice system is including diversity in their works every single day and equality. For example, women officers are having more higher up roles and are being equal with men officers. And also how I also found that social media has cons with it due to how they only show the negative impacts law enforcement has for the community, but also positive impacts towards the community, towards law enforcement by helping the community know what law enforcement does for them, and basically branching the community with law enforcement. For my professional learning experience, I had the opportunity to do it with the Greene County Police Department. I did my professional learning experience over a couple of days, and my first day, I was able to go to court at the Greene County Courthouse, and I was able to see the dynamic of what court is like and how I would say strict court really is and how tense it is, but also I was able to do it with the victim witness director, Ashley Burris, she really calmed me down and really was like, hey, you're not in trouble for anything. You're just there to witness what really happens in court. So that was a plus. For another day, I went to the attorney's office to sit in with their paralegal and see how the legal aspect of the law, like where the law enforcement goes to the attorneys and say, hey, this is what's happening if a person needs to put in a protection order against another person, or how just different cases I was able to witness that really opened my eyes on what
attorneys, what community the law enforcement and the criminal justice system have. For another day, I was able to do ride-alongs with a deputy at Greene County Police Department. And during that ride-along, we were stopping some people, but I also noticed how they did paperwork during it, how much things and steps that goes on to make sure that officers, law enforcement, is not pulling over people due to different aspects about them. And it was really interesting to see that the person I was riding along with, how he interacted with the community and how much he actually cared for the people that he was stopping over and really just wanted to help them out. It was interesting to see that aspect. For another day, I got to I got to do a private interview with an undercover officer where we talked about social media. I mostly talked about social media impact on law enforcement and how, yes, there are negative impacts, but also the positive impact is they use social media to find warranted people or like friends and family of the person they need to arrest. Here's some more internship pictures. I also got to do a day with the 911 dispatchers where I was able to see how they communicate again with the officers when there's emergency, but also the EMS department and the fire department. It was really interesting to see. And it was really interesting. And I was able to put a headset on and hear in on some calls. And it was just interesting to see the community in that room where they all work together for the same goal to help the person that's calling. Another the picture next to that is a jail cell at Greene County Police Department, and then the one next to that is a Greene County Sheriff's Department car, and then the last photo is a processing room. My mentors for my project was Gary Carpenter, which he was my professional learning experience mentor, and Andrea Wilson, the middle school principal, which she was my community service mentor. And I really want to say thank you to both of them, since my project wouldn't be here without the both of them helping me. For my community service, I did my community service with a fellow Governor's School friend and senior, Jacob Polsky, and we presented a presentation to 8th graders about law enforcement and environmental factors that impacts the community. And we really wanted to share with those 8th graders that, hey, they're rising up into high school, so we wanted to let them learn more about their community since they're getting older. After our presentation, I gave them a survey about what they think about our presentation. A couple questions was, has social media impacted your view on law enforcement? And if you said yes, okay, how did they impact your view? Do they think law enforcement is present in their community? And questions like that. And I think the main data I got was, has social media impacted your view on law enforcement? A couple answers I got was yes, but they only show the cons of law enforcement on social media. But yes, that law enforcement only has different opinions toward different people. It was interesting, it was lightning to see that these young adults have such good opinions, and they're exposed to this from social media. And I really wanted to tell them, hey, yes, these are cons and they're known cons, but I want to show them the positive side, the pros of law enforcement and what they can do for the community. The significance of my project was, again, to tell the community what law enforcement is doing, the positive stuff that law enforcement has done for the community, and yes, the negative views on law enforcement is important. I deem it's important, but also the positive views should be said as well. And I wanted to really let the community know those positive views while also making sure my opinion is out the way, but also to fix my opinion of law enforcement and I feel safe, make sure I feel safe. Personal growth outlook. I feel like for this project, I really learned a lot about myself and becoming determined and basically bridging that gap between better communication with my mentors and with other people along with my project. It really gave me an outlook of what to expect after high school and just the professional mindset you need to have when dealing with stuff like this. Advice. Some advice I would give to rising seniors is to, number one, be passionate about your project, love your project. It will make the time go smoother of your senior year. And number two, to also get your project done earlier in the year. Or like, if you can, start in the summer, because if you start earlier, you'll have so much free time in your senior year and it'll go so much smoother. And also just, it'll all work out. Like, it'll all work out in the end. Just don't stress it. Future plans. My future plans, I want to attain a bachelor's degree in computer science, to potentially go to law school, to graduate my law degree, and to be a patent attorney. Thank you. Any questions? Aaron. A patent attorney is like, so say I had an invention and you, a couple of months later, you want to make the same invention. I want to go to a lawyer and say, hey, this is my invention and not yours. So basically, yeah, attorney like that. Yeah, yeah. You're welcome. Okay. So I would say there wasn't really any surprises. It was enlightening. I would say it was enlightening to see how the community interacts, but also I guess it was just enlightening. I don't think there was any surprises. Like I try to get my thoughts and my biases out of my mind, but really, like I kind of knew what to expect. But I guess they were great. Greene County Police Department is great, amazing, and they were kind and they were good to me, and they let me make my project come to life. But it was really great. You're welcome. Thank you.
You did a great job. You did such a great job. Oh my God. All right, Sadie. You look so good. Thank you. I love all your facial expressions and you're like, yes. Okay. I'm gonna clip this on. I'm gonna stick it like right here on your shirt.
Okay.
And just doesn't. Let's do it. There we go. Is that okay?
I mean, as long as I don't touch it.
It's just right here.
Okay.
So yeah. Or do you want it on your jacket?
It's up to you. It might be sturdier on my jacket.
Yeah, I feel like it might stay and it won't get pulled by your hair. Okay. Forward and backwards. It's pretty basic. If you go past your slide, just go back. It's no big deal. This does not actually, it works, but it does not actually work on the TV. So you have to point with your finger, okay?
Okay.
That's exactly what you should do, is breathe, right? Like, if you can't think of what
So
to
this
say,
one is the next one?
Yep,
Okay.
next and next. Definitely breathe, right? Your brain needs oxygen to function, right? If you can't think of what to say,
pause.
Take a moment for yourself, take a deep breath, and move on, okay?
Mhm.
And honestly, I don't know what you're going to say. So if you forget something, move on. You don't know. If you remember something you want to say, add it back in, right? It's not a big deal. This is your story. You've done the hard work, and you have, right? And now you have something cool to share, okay? And everyone's cheering for you. Know that nobody has died from this, okay? It's perspective, right? Can you do something scary and hard for 10 minutes? Yeah, you can absolutely do that, right? Brag about it. Nobody's ever going to tell you to brag about yourself except for today. Get up here and brag, okay? Because you've done something really cool, and we want to hear about it, okay? Take deep breaths all through the time. Deep breaths.
Thank you.
You'll be amazing. I'm going to let me.
Mhm.
Our next presenter is Miss Sadie Barb, and Sadie spent some time focusing on how animal shelters work and what their impact is on small communities like ours.
As Ms. Johnson said, my name is Sadie Barb, and for my senior capstone project, I focused on the impact of animal shelters on small communities. So the reason why I chose this topic is I've always just loved animals, dogs, cats, everything, all of the above. I always find myself really easily connecting with animals, sometimes better than even other people. I have always been super empathetic for animals that don't have a home or even in an animal shelter because they don't have somebody that comes home to them every day to love on them. So that's just the really big reason why I chose this topic, to try and make an impact directly in some of the animals in my community's lives. Additionally, I chose it to try and learn more about animal shelters themselves and what goes into keeping them successful and what can happen in communities negatively if they don't have a reliable animal shelter. So for my research question, I asked, in what ways do animal shelters impact the communities they are in and why are they so valuable? So for the main goal of my research, I was hoping to find out why animal shelters are so important and why it's so important for community members to support them. So I really just wanted to know what went into keeping them successful, what sort of factors within communities were necessary to keep them going, and even some of the negative things that can occur if a community does not have a reliable animal shelter. As a result of my research, I discovered three major things. Firstly, I found that when a community doesn't have an animal shelter, the animals that are normally should be housed in the animal shelters are free roaming, and they interact with wild animals more than they should. And so they can contract different diseases that they normally would have never been exposed to if they were properly housed and kept inside and not allowed to free roam. This can then lead to the health in communities being decreased because these diseases can then be transmitted to humans. Secondly, I found that free-roaming domestic animals can compete with wild predators. They can steal the prey that they normally eat, and this can negatively impact the populations of predators in communities and hurt populations of these predators because they don't have their prey that they normally do, because the domestic animals are needing something to eat because they don't have a home. And so it just causes a big competitive nature of these animals. The last thing I found from my research is that having an animal shelter can actually improve the mental health in communities, because if somebody has a mental health condition that they previously knew about, or even not, an animal shelter can help them connect with the animals in their community, so then they can gain a companion animal, which can then help reduce their mental health symptoms and help overall improve the community's mental health. So when it comes to my mentors, my mentor for my professional learning experience was Mr. Greg Sargent. He was the animal shelter director at the Culpeper County Animal Shelter with a previous 20 years of experience with animal control. For my community service mentor, I had Ms. Kathy Zanella. She is the consumer science instructor here in the high school. She teaches the DE Teachers for Tomorrow course, and she oversees the yearbook class and the yearbook productions and all. I was hoping to work with Ms. Zanella because she has experience creating really eye-catching boards like I did in my community service project, so she was really helpful for me during my community service portion. So for my professional learning experience, as I said, I was able to work with the Culpeper County Animal Shelter. I worked with them for over the course of a little bit over a week. I went in every day after school for about 2 hours. For the first few days, I was shadowing my mentor, Greg, the director of the shelter. I was able to gain insight on a lot of the administrative side of the shelter and what goes into keeping the shelter successful on that end. I learned a lot about when they order supplies, how they decide what supplies to order, why they choose different dog foods to purchase. In addition to that, I found that I had a lot of information when it came to the infield operations of the shelter because he was an animal control officer for about 20 years before he became the director. So I was able to find out things like what happens when you call animal shelter, what are their operations, how do they intake animals, how do they keep track of them and make sure they know what animals are where, and just things like that. For the second few days of my professional learning experience, I was actually able to shadow one of their other employees who was a more hands-on role in the shelter. She does things like change cat cages, clean dog cages, feed the animals. She also does some of the deworming of kittens that come in to make sure to get them ready to be adopted out. So while I was there, I actually got to help hands-on and prepare breakfast for the dogs in the shelter for the next morning. I learned more about how they decide what portions to feed each dog, whether it's on weight, breed, or veterinary advisory. So that was really cool to learn more things about that. I also was able to see some of the storage of their equipment, like blankets, bedding, cleaning supplies, food. And I was also able to meet some of the permanent residents of the shelter. This is Bo. He was always in a little tie, very formal. So it was just really cool to see the impact directly of the shelter because there was 2 cats, a snake, I think a bearded dragon. So it was really cool to see that these animals got a direct home just in the animal shelter. They didn't even have to go outside of the shelter to find love and an owner. For the last few days of my professional learning experience, I was actually able to work hands-on with some of the dogs in the shelter. So I would go in every day after school, like I said, and they would have a leash set aside just for me so that I can go into the adoptable dog room and go through all the cages and take them out on walks. So then they can get out of their cage, stretch their legs, go to the bathroom. After I made sure all the dogs went to the bathroom, I would take them into the fenced-in area where they could be off leash, chase a ball. Some of them even just walked around the perimeter and sniffed where the other dogs just were. Like they're roommates, but they just loved to sniff around. So this part of my PLE for me was the most significant because I was able to directly connect with these animals and see their each individual demeanors and personalities, and it really made an impact for me personally because all of these dogs are just so adoptable and loving, and they're all just so deserving of homes. So it kind of made me sad because I had to leave them every day, and they would be sad when I would take them back to their cages. So it just made me, it's kind of what sparked my interest in adopting animals in the future from shelters instead of shopping because I'm a big adopt, don't shop. So it really firmed that belief in me, seeing them and how adoptable they really are. When it comes to my community service, I did an infographic board within my school. Originally, I was hoping to directly work with an animal shelter in my community. I was hoping to do some sort of drive so I could directly impact them and give them some of the supplies that they're in need for. But after communicating with 2 shelters in the area, a lot of their requests were really specific, like specific brands of dog food. And I just didn't think it would be very realistic to ask my peers to bring in for my drive. So instead of working directly in an animal shelter, I chose to take the course of doing it in my school to try and educate my peers. So I chose an infographic board with facts about animal shelters. So one day on a teacher workday, I came in and created my initial board based on plans I had originally drawn out. I decided to do 5 facts for the 3 weeks I did the informational portion of my board, and meet your local shelter dog section, as you can see in the blown up pictures on the right. I featured 3 different dogs from our local Madison County animal shelter, their names, a little bit of information about them, to give my peers a variety of options if they were interested in adopting a dog. For the final week of my community service project, I switched my board up to its interactive portion. So instead of 5 facts about animal shelters, I decided to do 5 ideas of ways people could help within their community directly, whether that be come volunteer, donate money, or even just old towels. Just things like that that can help their shelter in their community and give them ideas that they probably previously would never have even thought of, like it never would have come into their brain. So then I also had a how will you help section,
where I had a little notepad with a pen and a folder where they could place their ideas to get their brains going on how they could help their animal shelter locally. I got a variety of different responses, some less realistic and serious, like adopt all the dogs, and others like donate supplies, donate toys, and donate your time. So I think this was really significant because it opened the brains of my peers to how they could help. Like I said, they probably would not have previously thought of helping their local animal shelter. If I were to be asked to reflect on my project as a whole, I would say there was a main occurrence that comes to mind. One day when I was in the end of my PLE, it was about to be closing hours to the public, so they closed to the public at about 4:30. And so when they were just about to close and everybody was ready to leave, 2 different cars pulled up into the drive with 2 different dogs that they found in separate scenarios, whether it was on their property, around the road wandering, in danger of cars. And this caused a really big upset within the shelter because they were actually reaching their capacity for dogs, at least. And so it was kind of a scramble. And as I stood up, I kind of just stood on the side, not really being able to do anything. It just made me reflect, like, these animals, if a community doesn't have a reliable animal shelter, these animals really have nowhere to go. And even though it is sad that they have to stay in these cages, it's the best case scenario, realistically, for them to have somewhere safe to be fed and housed from the elements. So it just then further sparked my interest to plan to adopt in the future and continue to volunteer within my local animal shelter and donate old towels, just small things that can help your local animals. If I were to give any advice for rising seniors, I will restate what most of other people have probably said. Please start early. I think if I would have done it again, I would have tried to get my PLE over the summer, because even though I started in September looking for a placement, through communication and just things like that, I didn't actually land a PLE until early October, and I wasn't able to actually schedule a time to do it until mid-October. So it's kind of difficult to do that and also take calculus, take dual enrollment English, and just juggle everything else. So I would definitely say try to start earlier. Additionally, pick a topic that you not only are interested in, because obviously I love dogs, but pick a topic that you're interested in learning more about. Because even though you might think you like your topic, you need to think, am I actually interested in learning more about this topic and spending a lot of time researching it? So I would definitely say be willing to research your topic and start earlier. For my future plans, I recently put my deposit down to George Mason University, and I plan to attend their 4-year program and hopefully major in biomedical engineering, to then go to medical school and hopefully become some sort of surgeon. And I am going with my best friend, Lily Ross. So, any questions?
You mentioned 2 things that I think are really well. The whole presentation is wonderful, but like there was a moment in particular where you mentioned zoonotic diseases competition, like an ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than just like a family, finding love and happiness, which is
right.
huge. But this is whole community. Was there any example that stood out in the research of like, wow, I didn't realize this about animal shelters?
It was mostly like a lot of my research was hard to find facts about lack of animal shelters in the United States. So a lot of my research led me to places like Africa or Australia, where domestic roaming animals were really an issue with like predation and things like that, and specifically disease. Because dogs and cats are naturally attached or attracted to humans due to their nature, just things like that are what negatively affect the diseases specifically. So I found that, I think it was in Australia, 62% of people found that even their domestic animals, they have found that they are competing with the natural predators. So I think having not even having an animal shelter, just people keeping track of their domestic animals and not allowing them to negatively impact the environment. Mm-hmm. Not that I know of. I didn't find any in any of my searching with my, like, searching for an animal shelter. I didn't hear about any fostering programs, even within the animal shelter I worked with. So, no, I didn't really hear about anything, which I think that can be beneficial. Well, I just think that there can be a stigma because obviously animal shelters, they're kind of like jail, and like it that's just the reality. I don't know how else they would not make it that way to efficiently house these animals. But I think the stigma just comes from the animal shelters being like jail and they're really having not being able to do anything like that. I think that fostering is a good option to like change from the jail aspect because then the animal is able to actually be in a home, get accommodated to having other pets with them maybe or children to really help them be adoptable. Oh.
So in your research, did you find anything about the difference in like shelters and like no-kill shelters and
Yes, I think it was actually one of the facts on my board. I think it was something around the lines of I think 50%, around 50% of shelters in the US are no-kill, but a lot of times due to overpopulation and, like I said with the Culpeper one, overcapacity, I feel like there's like not that much they can do, even though being a kill shelter is terrible because the dogs don't deserve that. Like, they don't deserve to die just for existing and not having a home. So I had a little bit of research on kill shelters, but not that extensive. Only really in the fact portion of my board.
wait.
That's the one. When I get back. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I can just, I just don't want to get your hair all tangled in it. So sorry. All right, perfect. This is just forward and back. So forward, back. You skip a slide, just go back. It's not a big deal. Okay. This is the little thing that it doesn't actually work on the screen, so we can point at it. Okay. Just remember, we don't know what you're trying to say. So if you skip something, go on. We don't know, right? If you remember something you wanted to say, add it back in, right? Because it's your story. It's not. There's no script here for us, right?
Yeah.
And this is you celebrating that, right? You should be bragging, right?
Okay.
You know, this is the one chance people say brag on yourself. The most important thing is to remember to breathe. Like, right? You can't if you can't think of what to say or you get out of breath, go. Take a moment, right?
Okay.
Take a deep breath. It happens all the time. Kids are doing it all the way through. It's okay to do it. Okay. Breaks that cycle. This is a little more oxygen in our brain. Helps us
How much time did I take?
Nobody's ever died from this. It's a few minutes. And so can you do something for a few minutes? Yeah. So get in there and share your story. Excuse me. Let Miss Johnson.
Next up is Emma Tucker. Emma's having a little trouble with her voice, so lean in a little bit. She focused on mental health services and the relationship between media and mental health. Emma.
Hi everyone. Like she said, I'm Emma Tucker, and I focused on mass media and its impact on mental health services. So a little bit about me. I'm involved with a few organizations here at the high school. I'm the assistant captain of the forensics team. I'm a member of our chapter of the National Beta Club, principals cabinet, and I'm also on the student leadership committee for Governor's School. Outside of school, I really love to spend time outdoors. I love hiking, and I especially love spending time with my family. And it was my family that inspired me to focus on mental health for my project. I knew I wanted to focus on mental health from the beginning because issues with mental health run in my family. So I've seen firsthand growing up how much good that these services like counseling and medication can do for a person. And I also know firsthand how much stigma surrounds it even today in our community. So I wanted to choose a quote that would reflect this. So this is a quote from Vincent van Gogh in a letter he wrote to a family member while he was in a mental institution. He wrote, "Though I am often in the depths of misery, there is still calmness, pure harmony, and music inside of me." And I just thought that reflected my motivation to choose this topic. So for my topic itself, I wanted to focus on how mass media in all of its forms influences how we perceive mental health services and resources. So today we're fortunate enough to, even in small communities like Madison, we have access to a lot of resources and services. But even though they're there, that doesn't necessarily make them accessible because so much stigma surrounds asking or seeking out help. So I wanted to focus on how media in its different forms has impacted how we view mental health services throughout history and how we can utilize it to lessen the stigma around them today. So for my professional learning experience, it took me several months to find somewhere that fit my topic just due to the confidentiality of the field. But after a while, with the help of my advisor, Ms. Johnston, I was able to get in contact with Encompass Community Supports. Encompass is an organization that operates in a few different counties in Central Virginia, including Madison. And they provide mental health services, substance abuse services, children's services, things of that nature. So with Encompass, I was able to attend a few different outreach events. So down here, I was able to attend the Shady Grove Baptist Church Health Fair back in October, where Encompass set up a table with many other healthcare professionals in the area. And community members would come in and speak with them about their resources and maybe seeking out like consultations with them to set up appointments and things like that. So not only was I able to engage with members of the community and spread awareness about what Encompass does, but I also got to talk to other healthcare professionals and see how they operate in terms of conducting outreach within their community. I was also able to attend the Orange Halloween Street Festival with Encompass's Children's Services Department. So they went and dressed up as characters from Inside Out and handed out candy and like informational flyers and resources to children and their parents. So again, I was able not only to spread awareness about what Encompass does and maybe reach out to people who were averse to seeking out help independently, but I also got to engage with members of the community throughout this. And I was also able to learn about a program Encompass implements in all of the counties it operates in, which is called Zero Suicide. I was even able to attend a debriefing meeting. They have these monthly where they will meet and discuss their progress in the program, different strategies they might want to implement. And it was really beneficial to see like the inner workings of how their outreach and counseling and emergency services operate. So my mentor throughout all of this was Ms. Taisha Chavez. She is a licensed professional counselor, and she currently serves as the Director of Children's Services at Encompass. And not only did she give me these opportunities, which I'm really grateful for, but she also, I really benefited from all of her knowledge and experience in the field. She's been working in this field since she graduated from college, and her colleagues were really beneficial, especially when I was looking into what I wanted to research. So for my community service project, I initially planned to host a readathon and an event with the library here in Madison, but ultimately due to scheduling and coordination issues with the library, that fell through. So I ended up speaking to about 40-something 8th graders down here at the middle school in Madison about managing their mental health during the transition over to high school. So I talked to them about like what I thought was really critical information concerning adolescent mental health, resources, and I also discussed some coping strategies that they could use as they progress through high school. So by the end of the presentation, every student in the room was able to name at least one strategy that they could use to cope and manage their mental health during this process. And I was also able to attend the course registration event here at the high school, where I handed out flyers that I designed with some information and local and online resources. And I also spoke with students and their parents in more of like a one-on-one setting about adolescent mental health. And these were made possible by guidance counselors here at the high school and down at the middle school. Ms. Jillian Smith and Ms. Ashley Tracy helped me coordinate and set these up. So my research question was, what is the effect of mass media on mental health services and the people who use them? And how can it be harnessed to reduce stigma? So in my research, I wanted to focus in on the history of the relationship between mass media and how it depicts mental health. And I ended up focusing in particular on film and television because film, the first films were being produced right about the time that the concept of psychology as like a legitimate scientific field and therapy as something that an average person could go to and benefit from. These were both happening around the same time, around the turn of the 20th century. So early films originated very popular tropes that we still see today in movies, like evil psychiatrists or mental health institutions as a setting for horror movies. And that kind of set the stage for how mental health services are portrayed in media today. I also found that films like from the mid 20th century, late 20th century, like Psycho, Schizo, Fatal Attraction, these are all some examples of movies that either misrepresented or misdefined a certain mental illness or disorder. And this impacted the public so much that there are still studies today finding that in 2025, people are still deterred from seeking out assistance or getting a diagnosis because they do not fit into what these depictions showed them. And so I also looked into how informational and anti-stigma campaigns like done through different forms of media, like their effectiveness and how we can improve that. So I found that what we know today as like a mental health like informational campaign, like the huge social media or television commercial campaigns with big budgets and maybe celebrities, are not as impactful in the long run. The information they spread is not retained as well as you might think. So it's essentially not a waste of money, but it's not a very effective use of resources in destigmatizing mental health services. I found that campaigns that are specific to maybe a certain demographic or a certain community and hone in on that group of people are much more effective in the long term. They do much more to destigmatize mental health services and mental illness. For instance, there was a campaign in a town in Australia. It was a very rural, small town where they selected volunteers from the community to host events and maybe spread awareness, put up flyers about mental health and mental health services. And this campaign was so effective that that information that they spread is still retained today. I believe it was done a decade ago. It was much more effective than any big budget campaign might have been. And so I tried to implement that focus into one group of people in my community service project. Okay. So my advice for any upcoming seniors would be to choose a topic you care about instead of something that you think will be easy. So I took the seniors' advice last year. I did everything right. I chose my topic early. I started reaching out to potential PLE mentors early in June, and I did not secure a PLE until October. I experienced a lot of setbacks like that throughout the course of my project, and I found myself wishing every now and then that I had chosen something that I could maybe discuss more easily, that wasn't such a sensitive topic, or that I could find community service or PLE opportunities for more easily. But I think no matter what your topic is, you're going to experience some kind of setback like that. And if you are genuinely passionate about your topic, if you care about what you're doing, then that won't affect you. You'll still have that drive to complete your project. And so I think that really benefited me. So for my future plans, I will be attending the University of Virginia this fall. I'm undecided as to a major right now, but I'm looking into environmental sciences or something related to that. And in the future, I want to attend a law school and pursue a career somewhere within the field of law. Thank you.
So you mentioned some of these like classic movies that are still sending, I guess, sort of shockwaves through culture on people's views of healthcare. Did you just find any sort of nugget or commonality between all these pieces of media, like the part of culture that seems to give rise to this? I guess like what seems to be the cause of all of that?
I think, especially like pertaining to film, there was still a lot of sensationalization of the field of mental health and mental health care professionals at the time. People were fearful of them. And so that gave rise to a lot of the tropes that we know today, that we're especially familiar with in like horror movies today, where again, like mental health professionals would be portrayed as villains, or people with a mental illness would harm the people around them. I think that contributed to it. I think, but then again, these tropes were also present in media prior to the advent of so.
I did? Oh, shoot. Okay.
Oh my God.
But, yeah. So we gotta send it back, but it's okay.
Make sure that we don't get any of your hair caught in there. Perfect. All right, clicker, forward and back.
Which one's forward?
This is forward.
Oh, okay.
If you skip a slide, just go back. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
This does work, but it doesn't work on that screen, so you're just going to need to point it with your hand, okay? Just know that we don't know what you're planning to say, so if you forget something, move on. If you remember something you wanted to say, add it back in, right? It's not a big deal. Nobody's ever died from doing this, okay? So the next 10 minutes, it might be stressful, it might be hard, but you can do anything for 10 minutes, right? It's not that long. The most important thing is to remember to breathe, okay? If you can't think of what to say, just for a second, take a deep breath like I just did. Give yourself a moment. Give your brain a little extra oxygen, and then move on, right? And then just enjoy it. Like, this is all of your hard work, and you're bragging about it, and you should, right? And so this is the chance to brag. Okay. Any questions for me? You'll do awesome.
Three follow-up questions? What? Hopefully he comes in like the middle, so we didn't see it, so we can't ask questions. What? I got it. Oh yeah.
All right, everybody, we're gonna resume. This is, our next presenter is Callie Smith, and Callie's focused on the ways that physical therapy can impact the elderly and help the elderly. Callie.
Good morning, my name is Callie Smith, like Ms. Johnson said, and my project was based on the impact of physical therapy that it can have on the elderly. So a little bit about me. I have played softball most of my life. I am a part of the Beta Club, the FCA, and the Principal's Cabinet here at the high school. And I've always been interested in healthcare some, and after speaking with a family friend who is a physical therapist, I decided that that was what I would like to do my senior internship project on. But I wasn't sure where I wanted to start, and so she kind of guided me into the elderly at Dogwood, and that's where I ended up doing my internship at. So for my quote of quality, I chose "If it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you" by Fred DeVito. This fits into therapy because you have to push yourself to get better or nothing's going to change as you're like going through the process and progressing. If you're not trying to push yourself, then nothing's going to change and you're just going to stay at the point you're at and you're not going to get any better. So these are my two mentors at Dogwood. The first one was Kristen Nees. I was with her for about one day. She is a physical therapist. She was in the senior living when I was working with her. So that was the one side of Dogwood. But when I worked with Jody Phillips, who is a physical therapist assistant, she's been a physical therapist assistant for about 2 years now. She worked in mainly the health and rehabilitation side of Dogwood. So for my internship, I worked with Jody for about 2 or 3 days, and we went around and saw different patients. We would get them out of bed, get them ready, take them down to breakfast, bring them back to the clinic once they were done with breakfast. And this was actually the picture of the clinic that I was in when I was with Jody. We got to see a variety of patients, some more like developed than others. Some of them were newer. One thing I got to see was the first time I went, there was a new man who was there. He had recently had a stroke, and then by the end of my internship, I was able to see the progress that he had made. He was doing a lot better, walking better, more speaking with people, which was really encouraging to me. And when I worked with Kristen over in the senior living portion, it was a whole different side because most of them were functioning on their own, could do whatever, like they would do at home. They were just living at Dogwood. So over here with Jody in the rehabilitation side, they were more independent on the nurses and the therapists there, and they did most of their things for them, while in the other side, they were more independent and they would come up to the physical therapy clinic by themselves instead of having to go get them for therapy. And for my research, my main question was, how does physical therapy help improve the life of elderly patients in nursing homes? So my main goal was to see how it affected them both mentally and physically. So it helped them physically with reducing falls in them, which can cause to leading in fractures or just any type of injury that they would have. But most of the nursing homes in Virginia actually do not have physical therapy clinics in them. So it was probably about only a third of them that include physical therapy clinics, although some of them do have physical therapists come in and work with some of the patients there if they need it. So physical therapy can also help add up to 7 years of life that was shown in a study that they did, and decrease falls by about 65%. So for my community service, I worked with Shirley Fleischman, who was the director at the Senior Center in Madison, and I coordinated with her to give a presentation and just kind of give the presentation that I created, along with handing out brochures on more information on physical therapy for the people that come in and do activities there. So in these pictures, it is me giving my presentation and handing out the brochures. We had about 10 people show up. My focus of my presentation for them was the impact that it can have, how it helps manage anxiety, depression, how it helps increase their mobility and their strength and keep them moving for longer periods of time than they would be usually without having any type of help for that. And then for my brochure, I mainly focused on what all physical therapy is and the different types that you can use to help increase your mobility. So this is a picture of my brochure. Like I said, it was mainly the impact and the different branches, including the neurological, the orthopedic, and the cardiorespiratory branches. It included where all you could go to get physical therapy, where all physical therapy is implemented in, the focus of it being trying to help with physical mobility and other different varieties of conditions, and the different types of treatment that it can be with exercises, hydrotherapy, electrotherapy, and what all a therapist actually does. So when you first go to a physical therapist, they will diagnose you on what is the problem and causing the issues that you are having. And then so they come up with a plan to treat the issues that you're having. So they come up with a step-by-step of what they want to see you progressing in and how they want to get you there. And then they help rehabilitate you to get back to where they want you to be, to where you can live your life pretty normal again. So, and then there were also a bunch of different statistics that I added in the brochure to help show them how all it actually helps increase their life. So my final reflection was, it was pretty amazing seeing the final thing overall. There was one person though at Dogwood. He was pretty sweet, but he kind of was not progressing to where he should be because he didn't really want to go home. So he was he could do things that he should have been able to be doing, but he was kind of just not, because he didn't want to go home to the environment that he was in. So that was a big thing, as you have to see where they are and how their home life affects the different things that they go through. And through my community service, it also helped me see how many people don't actually know what physical therapy is and how it can help them. So for my future plans, I plan to attend Longwood to get a degree in nursing, to hopefully become either a NICU or a labor and delivery nurse. And my advice to future students is choose something that you actually love doing, because you're going to spend countless hours working on this project, doing your internship, doing your community service, and you don't want it to pull you down and don't procrastinate either, because that's what a lot of people say, but you really shouldn't, because if you start earlier, it has the ability to get done earlier, and it helps decrease your workload the rest of your time in high school. Any questions? Aaron.
So I noticed when you're projecting your kids' service and your nursing career being geared towards infants and newborns. Now, is there any correlation?
Not really. I just really love children, and so I just wanted to do something with younger age groups. So, yeah. Not really. She said the only thing that they can really do is try to get them to want to get better, but they really can't do much. Even in the older age groups, some of them just don't have the drive to do it anymore, and they just really don't care. So.
You're last. I'm gonna put it right here. Is that okay? If I move your hair?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't. Maybe I'll.
Oh, you're
Sorry.
fine.
Stick it right there. And then the clicker is just forward and back. So
Okay.
next, and then if you need to go back,
All right.
it's no big deal. People do it all the time.
Okay.
But just know that you don't know what you're gonna say. So if you forget something,
Got it.
move on.
Okay.
If you think of something you want to say, put it back in. Right. And we're definitely doing this.
Okay.
Okay. It's 10 minutes.
Mhm.
You can do something hard for 10 minutes, right? It's just about perspective.
Mhm.
You've done a lot of work.
Yes.
And you're excited about it.
Yes.
So this is your chance to brag about it,
Yes.
right? And so do that, right?
Okay.
Share your story, share all the work. The most important thing is remember to breathe.
Yes.
If you feel like you're out of breath or you can't think what to say, pause for a second, take a deep breath, and then share your story. Okay? All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
I know. Why do they all have to show up now? I hope so.
All right, everyone. Our next presenter is Charlie Muir, and Charlie focused on students with special needs and the many ways that they can be supported. Charlie.
So as Ms. Johnson said, I am Charlie, and I focused on the importance of supporting students with special needs. So a little bit about me. I play softball, and I'm a cheerleader at MCHS. I also love working with kids. That is kind of how I started thinking about this topic. And then why did I choose my topic? So there's a lot of main reasons that I chose my topic. First is my little sister. I didn't think I would get into education until my little sister came up to me and was like, oh, I really want you to work in my class, because I told her I was taking the DE Teachers for Tomorrow class. And she was like, oh, I'd love if you came in my class. And I was like, of course, I would love to do that. So I started working with her in second grade. And then I kept pursuing education. I pursued a theater club that the younger students had put on. I worked with the theater kids for about 2 months. I helped along Miss Erin Mitchell in her, that was last year, I helped her. And then also the way I came into special education is over the summer, I worked at the Hoover Ridge Summer Camp, and I worked as just a normal camp counselor until the end of the summer. I came into the role of an inclusion coach, which this just meant I was helping and being an aid to students with special needs in the camp that they had. So my quote of quality is that every student can learn, just not on the same day or in the same way, by George Evans. So this quote kind of outlines my whole project as a whole because I find it true to myself. This quote outlines myself because I have always struggled in governor school and in school in general, learning slower than my peers and learning differently than my peers. So I found that this quote means something to me, and I feel like it can outline a lot of students, and they have a hard time expressing that because it can be, there's a prone to stigmatism that it's embarrassing to learn differently or to learn on a different day. So my research question is, why is it essential to advocate for and provide support to students with special needs? So I found that I wanted to have a research topic of supporting students with special needs, but I wanted to dive deeper into how an everyday person like me and you can support students. And I found that being an advocate for students with special needs is such an important thing and that many people don't know about. So as I mean advocate, so as an example, you're in the grocery store and you hear somebody using a derogatory word towards somebody with special needs, and you stand up for them and you speak up and say, hey, we shouldn't use that word to express the way you're feeling because it's derogatory towards somebody with special needs. So my professional learning experience mentors, so I had two main mentors throughout my whole project. So I have on the left, I have Miss Karen Organ-Lohr. She's the guidance counselor at the Madison County Primary School. So I came to her with the idea of wanting to work in special education and having my project baselined on special education, but not knowing how to reach out and etc. So she gave me insight on the school's special education programs and teachers, and she helped me reach out to Miss Joanne, who is on the right. She is a special education teacher at the primary school. She works with pre-K students as well as students all throughout the primary school. She was an amazing mentor. She taught me things from sign language. She taught me how to keep a schedule, because that is very important in special education, is to maintain a schedule to keep students on track. So my professional learning experience, so I worked in her classroom for about over a month. I didn't expect to work in her classroom as long as I did, but I found so much love and enjoyed it. So I wanted to continue working in her classroom. So I worked and sat along her and kind of sat back and watched as she worked with the students in her room, because it was a whole new experience. During the summer camp, I worked with students who were 12, 13 years old. And then in this experience, I was working with kids that were 3 to 4 with special needs. And that is a whole different side of special education. So I worked with the little boy on the left a lot. He was fully in the classroom. I was there from his start of his day. So he came to school at 8:30 and left at 11:30. So I saw his whole schedule play out. I would see him eat breakfast. He would come in, he would go to the cafeteria with the rest of the students, which is also a very important part of special education, is to include students into other students' days, to make them feel that they can do what other students are able to do, just in a different environment. So in this picture, you can see the little boy he did give me a hug later. I'll show you that in the presentation. But towards the beginning of my internship, he did not want to be anywhere near me. He did not want to interact with me. As you can see on the right, that was like the second week of my internship, and he was slowly warming up to me. But then towards the end, you could see how just me being there and staying consistent with him showed how much being there and showing up means to someone, even, yeah. So, and then in the center, you can see another little boy who works in 2 classrooms. So he works in an inclusion classroom. So that means he goes into the classroom, he does his work as needed, but then when things became distracting or a little too difficult, he can come to this room and work with his teacher aide, who is Miss Natalie. She is a teacher assistant who aids both the boys in and outside of the classroom. So then for my community service, I worked with Mr. Pointer, who is the principal of the Madison County Primary School. I came to him with an idea that I had created an informational packet that had information on different resources for students with special needs, or even for parents who have children with special needs. I came to him wanting to pass out this packet, maybe send it home with students, or maybe pass it out to teachers, and we came up with the idea to come to the parent-teacher conferences that they were having, and I passed out I'll get more into that in a second. I'm going to go into what the information packet actually has to offer. So I compiled resources of speech therapy and physical therapy, and the importance of speech and physical therapy, because these are resources for students that I found during my project that are not talked about enough, because this can make students feel more confident in themselves. It teaches them how to be confident with their speech, because they're students with stutters and they're students who are nonverbal, and it gives them more confidence, especially, and with physical therapy, helps them to walk, etc. I have information on Medicaid for parents, because that is a very important resource that a lot of parents I found didn't know about. Information on telehealth, on IEPs, and tools that are available for students. And then my community service continued. So as I said previously, I went to the parent-teacher conferences at the primary school, and I passed out my packets to teachers. As you can see, I passed out one to a kindergarten teacher who actually is an inclusion teacher as well. So she has students working in and outside of her classroom. And then I had parents stopping, asking me questions on my presentation, because I had my iPad up and I had this presentation up and I was explaining my project. So I got more outreach that way, I found, because parents would actually seem interested, because they didn't have to stop. I wasn't asking them to stop. They would see what I had to offer, and they would actually listen, and then they would take a packet and tell me that this would be extremely helpful for either people they know or them themselves. So then what did I learn overall? So I learned how to be patient, because that is a very important part of special education, is being patient. I know that we had days where the boys in the classroom were not having good days. They would not let us work with them. They would throw fits, and we would have to work with them. We had one day where we normally follow a strict schedule of when we do work and when we play. And that day we had to play because the boys were not having it. So we put some shaving cream on the table and we let the boys have a field day. They were drawing their letters and having so much fun. And that just goes to show that they were still learning, but goes back to my quote, they were learning, but they were learning in a different way, and they had to learn on a different day too, because it was not in the part of the plan, I guess. So, and then that's the picture of the little boy hugging me after not really showing any emotion towards me. And then my future plans, I plan on attending Old Dominion University in the fall and majoring in speech language pathology, which I would not have found any information on that major if I would not have done this project. I had no idea what a speech language pathologist was, what the role included, and how it went into working with kids with special needs. And yes. And then my advice. So my advice for future seniors would be take your time and find something you truly enjoy. I did not originally think I was going to do special education or find an interest in working in special education, but then when I sat down and really thought about it, it made me really love and grow to love special education to where I want to further pursue it. And also, don't procrastinate. I know many people have said it already, but do not procrastinate. And then, any questions? Yes. First.
So, being both become a speech pathologist, do all schools have those available, or is that something you do in a different?
So a lot of schools do not. Do you mean like for colleges or like in like the public schools? I want to do public education and go into it as like a public, because I find that that is not something a lot of schools offer.
is speech therapy, but even our school, we do offer it. We do offer it out of a place called Small Talk. I actually met the speech therapist that comes to Madison. I met her during my internship, and she kind of coaxed me into working, like kind of wanting to do this career. And she told me that it's a very rewarding career, and that it's a lot of people do not do this career because it's not talked about and not known about. And as you said, like, yeah. Who had a question next?
Just what was, I guess, most surprising? Was there anything about being with a room full of people that had those kind of things going on in their lives and that age group? Like, what was surprising? What really struck you about being in that environment?
The behaviors. I didn't realize how I don't want to say bad, because the behaviors that they showed, they're not able to control the behaviors. It was definitely very challenging to me, but like when I grew and watched the teachers handle those challenges, I found that it's not as bad as I thought in the beginning. You just have to overcome the challenges. Any other questions? Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I would have found you. You did a really good job. All right, Alex, you ready for this, man?
Yeah.
All right, this is right here on your tie.
Okay.
And then forward.
Oh.
Forward and backwards.
Wait, which way is forward?
Forward
Okay.
and backwards. If you skip a slide, just go back and
I
slide
got
through
you.
it. We don't know what you're planning to say. So
Yeah.
if you forget something, skip it.
All right.
If you think of something that you forgot, add it back in.
Okay.
I promise nobody's died.
Yeah, no.
Okay? It's 10 minutes, and so we can do something hard or stressful.
Yeah.
Right? Just remember to breathe.
Mhm.
You can take a moment for yourself.
Yeah.
At any moment, any time. And so if you can't think of what to say, or you're feeling out of breath, take that moment, okay?
Mhm.
That will help. A little extra oxygen to your brain,
Yeah.
right? So you can think, and also kind of cut that stress.
Mhm.
Okay?
This one's forward?
So forward and
I
back.
got you.
Yep. She will introduce you.
Yeah. I'm ready.
All right, everyone. Our next presenter is Alex Vandergraff, and Alex focused on the importance and value of historical preservation, particularly in our area. Alex.
Hi. Hi, my name's Alex Vandergraff, and my project was about the value of historical preservation. Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, there we go. My topic. So my topic was historical preservation. I chose this topic because I'm very passionate about history. I'd say I love history, and it is one of my favorite subjects. I also realized that this might be my last time ever getting to choose what I wanted to do with history, as I don't think I'll be going into college for it. So I figured, why not do my senior capstone project about it? My research question. What is the value of historical preservation, and how does it help society? I think historical preservation is very important for society. It allows us to see cultures, structures, and how people lived in the past. It is almost like a window into the past. This can help us understand the people that came before us, how they lived, and what they did. My quote of quality, people without the knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots, Marcus Garvey. This quote really spoke to me because I feel like it encompasses what my project is about. Like, you have to know your history and your origin and your culture, because without it, you would be lost. It is important to understand where we came from, because that is why the world looks like it does today. Why does it matter? I think this matters a lot because history is somewhat forgotten about, I feel like, nowadays. I feel like history is a really important subject that doesn't get talked about as much as it needs to be. if you don't understand your history, how are you going to understand why the world looks like it does today and how the world works? I also feel like with all the conflict and violence in the world, it can be summed down to people not understanding where they came from. My mentors. I had 3 real mentors for my project. My head mentor was Dr. Bon Harper. She is the executive director and lead archaeologist at James Monroe's Highland. My next mentor was Jack Adams. He is the lead interpreter and tour guide at Highland. And then finally, Max Lacey, who is the head of the Madison County Historical Society. My PLE. So I completed my PLE at James Monroe's Highland, which is one of his presidential homes. There, on my first day when I got there, I met with Dr. Bon Harper. I first familiarized myself with the grounds. I toured the trails, went into the house, saw the exhibits, and I really got to understand the basics about the home. I then went down to the research station to work with Dr. Bon Harper. When I first got there, I helped her organize her boxes by a chronological date. After that, I helped catalog artifacts for an upcoming expo she had. This expo was used as a fundraiser and to raise money to secure more archaeological digs and more funding for projects at Highland. My second day was spent more as an event planning. There I worked with Jack Adams as he got Highland ready for a large tour group. It was the Lewis and Clark Brothers Exploratory, which is based out of Charlottesville, Virginia. They travel around the country looking at famous historical places once a year as a group. That day, Highland had over 200 guests come to visit. I first helped meet guests in the reception area and guide them to the house. I also then helped with logistics, setting up a nice pavilion area for the guest speakers to present. After that, we saw the guests out of there and ensured that they had a good time. Oh no, sorry. My third day I spent with Jack Adams. He is the lead interpreter there, and I got to see him perform 4 tour guides throughout the day. It was really inspiring to me to see him do his job. He was really well educated in all aspects of his job, and he not only provided valuable information, but made sure to tie in like a story aspect to each thing he discussed to make sure it really resonated with guests. He was able to put on a great, almost like a show to show guests what Highland was all about. Community service. My community service had 3 main parts. It started with me working at the Mountain Museum in Kriglersville. With the help of Max Lacey, I helped the museum finish up their library. This library now allows guests who come to see the museum check out books about the Mountain people and Madison County's history as a whole. In tandem with that, after talking to our librarian, we realized we only had 1 or 2 books about the history of Madison County. And so after talking with Max Lacey, we realized that that's just not okay. So with the help from him, I was able to secure a donation of 7 to 8 books about the history of Madison County for our high school library to give students the opportunity to do research projects or just learn more about the town they grew up in. Finally, I put this all together by presenting to middle school students. I presented to the 6th grade Mad Mind students in William Wetzel Middle School. There I put on a little slideshow about the history of Madison County. After this, I did a little trivia and survey with them to see what they thought about Madison County's history. Some of the questions were, who was the famous governor of Virginia from Madison County? Or why was Madison County founded? After completing the trivia, I asked the students to finish or do a survey for me. One of the questions was on a scale of 1 to 5, how much do you appreciate the history of your hometown? So my responses were a lot of 3s, 4s, and 5s. This is really beneficial and positive because that means these students were really engaged and they like learning about the history of their hometown. This is very important because if they appreciate their history, they are more likely to learn more and want to learn more. How likely will you share something you learned with someone you know? On this answer, I got a lot of different responses, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. I'm quite happy though, because even if I only got one person wanting to share, I'd be grateful because they're passing on my knowledge that I gave to them with someone else. But to see a lot of 3s, 4s, and 5s means that even though I only got to speak to around 20 middle school students, maybe if they tell a friend and they tell a friend, it will pass through all of them. And then my last question I had them answer was, how confident are you now in your knowledge of Madison County's history? 1 meaning you know a little and 5 meaning you know a lot. On this one, I got mostly 3s and 4s, which is still pretty good. I feel like my presentation, it did not cover very deeply into Madison County's history. It was more of a brief overview to give them the foundations and basics. So to know that they're feeling a little bit more confident about just the beginning stages of history without diving in too deep is really positive, because this will just set them off into the right direction. What I learned. Throughout my presentation, I learned a lot about myself and what it will be like to continue in the real world. I learned a lot about my time management skills. In the beginning, I feel like I was a little lackadaisical and I should have started my whole process a little bit sooner, but once I got going, I made goals for myself and I made sure I was hitting those goals. It actually really helped me to set up some type of structure, because I felt like I was moving on a schedule and moving on pace. I also really learned what it'd be like to communicate with professionals in a field. Setting up my PLE was really challenging, but it was also good because it taught me how to professionally talk to professionals and make sure to communicate with them respectfully. I first tried to work at Montpelier, but after getting an email response saying that unfortunately they couldn't work with me because I was too young, they actually sent me over to Mrs. Dr. Bon Harper at Highland. So even though it may not first work out, I was persistent enough to secure an internship at a place that was probably honestly better for me, as it was a lot smaller and I feel like I got to know the experts on a more personal level because of that. My advice for upcoming seniors. I feel like it's been stated a lot, but I think it's really important to find a topic that you are very passionate about. If you're not passionate about the topic, then this seems a lot harder and it just feels like you're not having any fun while doing it. That's why I'm really glad I chose history, because I feel like I was passionate enough that although it's going to, of course, feel like work, it was less of work for me. I also feel like you have to be persistent and you have to realize that there's going to be setbacks. Like nobody's project is easy. I'm sure every one of my classmates had to deal with some sort of adversity or setback during their project, but everyone got it done in the end, and that's what all really matters. Future plans. My future plans are attending Virginia Tech and studying international studies. I look forward to the upcoming semester. Questions? Oh, yes. After talking with Max Lacey, I don't believe they really necessarily focused it on at all. He said they used to do a few courses in middle school. We may read a book about like Ghost Girl, which has some significance to the Shenandoah National Park and the people that were displaced there, but in general, no, not a lot about Madison County's history is being taught to its students. Yes?
You've handled like a number of artifacts, right?
Yes.
Is there anything that stands out as like?
I think the neatest piece I found was like it was a part of a lantern from the original house at Highland, because the original house actually burned down and the guest house was built on top of it. So the whole a whole half of its wing is still underneath the main house, and it's not fully excavated or explored at all. But I think definitely the lantern was the coolest piece because they said it was definitely burnt from the fire that caused the house to burn down, and that was one of their marquee artifacts almost. Thank you.
I wondered if you had that.
Does work, but if it doesn't work on there.
Wait, this one's forward?
That's forward.
Okay.
If it doesn't work on there, so just use your finger. Okay. Remember? We don't know what your plan is.
Mm-hmm.
You forget something? Oxygen first, right? So, take a deep breath. Take a second, like you just did. Take a deep breath. Anytime you need to. You're a little extra oxygen. It is on. Can you hear me? Okay. So just share your story.
All right, everyone. Next up is Julie Mesa, and she focused on event planning and how events and event planning can benefit communities.
Hi, I'm Julie Mesa, and like Ms. Johnson said, for my project, I focused on how event planning can benefit local communities. I'm a member of SEA, Beta Club, class officers. During the summer, I work at a children's summer camp, and I also help out with a kindergarten class at the primary school. I chose this topic because of those clubs that I stated in the slide before. I've always been involved with a lot of event planning, whether it was for homecoming, prom, our Macho Man men's volleyball game, or just other events here and there. And I really have always enjoyed event planning, and I like to be able to see this work that you put in a project and see it come to life and enjoyed by my peers around me. So for this project, I decided to focus on event planning, and I really wanted to test myself and see if I could plan an event on my own separate from these clubs. The quote I chose for this project is, "The ache for home lives in all of us, the safe place where we can go as we are and not be questioned," by Maya Angelou. I chose this quote because I think this represents what a community means to me, and I think this is what we should strive to make our community feel like for other people. My mentor for this project was Lindsay Von Herbulis from Hoover Ridge Parks and Recreation. When I decided to do an event planning project, I knew immediately I had to contact Lindsay. She has done so many different events at Hoover Ridge over the years. I just knew she'd be a great person to talk to. When I first met with her, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do for my project. So I met her in her office and we just discussed what the project was and what I could do in the project. And she was actually the one that discussed me to to plan an event with them, and that ended up being my community service project too. Overall, she was a lot of help and really guided me through the process of event planning. For my professional learning experience, I shadowed Lindsay for 2 different events during a weekend in July at Hoover Ridge. The first one was a music in the park event. At this event, there was, I think we counted like 200 tickets of people that came in. There was a lot of people there. This was one of the bigger events that they do, and I helped set up, I collected tickets, I took pictures for their Instagram page. At one point, I even ended up with somebody's like toddler child, and I was watching them. There's just when you're working at an event, like you can end up doing any job, honestly. And I really get to see with this one how much organization goes into an event to make sure that everything is under control and everything will be smooth and planned out. There's a lot of different things taken into account. Then the next day, I got to shadow Lindsay for a very different event. This was a picnic in the park event, which was much more laid back. And we just set up volleyball. We had some games for kids. We had a water slide and like a food truck. These were just for families. They could show up throughout the day. They could hang out with their kids, let them have fun. Just a much more laid back one than the day before. And I'm really glad that I got to work on 2 different types of events, because this gave me a better idea of what I would want to do for my own, so I could experience how big I want an event to be and how strict and how much I just wanted to do with my own, because I wasn't sure yet. For my community service project, I ended up deciding to plan a free children's Halloween event with Hoover Ridge. This was on October 19th, and at this there was crafts, games, we had a bounce house, there was a costume contest, a hayride. There was a lot of planning that went into it. But while I was thinking about what I wanted to do for my event, I was also doing my research paper, and I got some ideas from that, and I decided I wanted to include a canned food drive for Mesa at the event. So I made this post to go on the Hoover Ridge's Instagram page to promote a food drive in which if you're coming to the event and you want to bring stuff, drop it off, and that they would be donated. So these are the 2 posts I made. The planning process for this event was a lot, I would say, and I got to do the more tedious side that I'd never done before with these clubs. Normally, with the event planning, I'd pretty much just been like, oh, this should be the theme. I wanted these decorations, but now that I was planning one by myself, I got into the more detailed work, like contacting volunteers, making sure there was a food truck, making sure there was workers to do everything, that we had the supplies and everything was set up. I would say the hardest part was getting volunteers and making sure people showed up, because I had a lot of people the day or 2 before be like, actually, I can't show up. And I was like scavenging to get people to want to help. And I think I ended up with just the right amount of volunteers. If I had any less, I'm not sure I would have been able to do everything I had planned. So I'm very thankful for everybody that did show up. And I was very happy with how it ended up turning out. So many kids came and enjoyed it, and they seemed to have a lot of fun. And I was really glad to see all the time I put into it, decorating, getting everything ready for them. For my research, I looked into how do events benefit the local communities, and that was a really broad question. So I had to really think about where I wanted to go with this, because when I just looked it up, I was getting so many different things, and it was really hard to narrow down. So then I started looking into the different types of events and who they affect. A lot of events are really good for bringing your community together and giving people something to do, but there's also events that support local businesses, like a street festival can expose you to so many different small businesses in your community that you may have never heard about. There's events that promote the history of an area. There's cultural events and art events that can help introduce you to artists that are around you. There's just so many different people that they can benefit, and there's so many things you can do with an event, and you can build so many connections with event planning. With impact, I would go back to what I just said, just the connections and building that for people. I would say for me personally, one of the biggest impacts was being able to do this for the kids in my community. I was really glad to see them enjoy something that I put all this work in, and just see them have fun with it. It was free. Nobody had to pay anything to come do this. That was something I really wanted my event to be. And I learned a lot about the process of event planning and how many things go into it. And I think event planning is a really great way to get you connected with your community and meet new people, meet new businesses, just a great way to learn about what's going on. For my professional interview, I interviewed Mrs. Tanner. She teaches the hospitality and tourism class at our school. In this class, I do a lot of different event planning for different events. And I've had Miss Tanner before, and I knew she loved event planning. So I thought it'd be great to talk to her and get a different perspective. It sounded like such a simple question, but she gave me such a great answer. I just asked her, what was your favorite event that you have ever planned? And she said the Macho Man game that she planned in 2022. And with this answer, she gave me a lot of great advice on event planning. She said that the way she got this event to be such a success was by involving so many different types of people that normally wouldn't be involved in a sports event. She had a girl playing the guitar for the national anthem, and then she had another guy singing his own original songs during halftime. She had a kid DJing. And she said since these were different people that normally would not be at this event, they brought in their own different crowds, and it just overall made the attendance level a lot bigger. And she said when you're event planning, you need to cater to your whole community, not just one group of people, because then it won't be successful. My future plans are to attend Virginia Tech and study elementary education to become an elementary school teacher because I love children and I love working with them. My advice for students is a little different than what everybody says. They say get it done early, but I would also say don't rush it. Pace yourself, because I really rushed myself with this project because I was so scared of falling behind and procrastinating it that I did everything as early as possible. I did my professional learning experience in July. My community service was done by October. And with October, there were so many different things going on at school. We were writing a research paper at the time. I was applying to colleges. We was planning for homecoming. And then I also had this event on at the same time. And I should have known that all these things were going to be going on. But it was just a lot all at once, and I could have paced myself a little better. But I would also say find something that you just think will be enjoyable for you. You don't know what you're going to study in college. Maybe you don't have to worry about focusing on a project that has to be related to what you want to study. I didn't know what I wanted to study going into this. I just knew, oh, I like event planning. This might be fun. So I went with something that was fun, and it was a lot more enjoyable for me. Questions? Dr. CM.
Top 3 surprising challenges about planning an event from top to bottom like this. I think you kind of mentioned the volunteers.
Money, understanding you have to make sure you have enough things available to get all the supplies that you need, contact people. That was interesting trying to plan out. And then being the person that it relies on you. If I didn't do my job, then that I had to do it because the whole thing would have been it was me. It was all that pressure on me. And that was very different than what I had done before. Miss Dr. CM.
Was it difficult to obviously balance it, but having basically blocked out time where you can't contact people at school? How do you arrange the conversations on the phone and things?
I would meet with Lindsay once a week and go over what I had done the week before. But there was a lot of times where I would get a text in the middle of the day and then I'd have to respond to her 4 in the evening and be like, yeah, I can meet tomorrow. So that was a lot. Aaron? Mm-hmm. No, because working with Hoover Ridge gave me a lot of extra help because if I was going to do this on my own, I would have spent a lot of money. So working with them made it a lot easier.
You ready for this?
I think so. Hope so.
So forward and backwards. This doesn't really work on the screen, so you just need to point at it. Okay? Just remember that this is your presentation. There's no rule. So if you forget something, then move on. Right? If you remember something you forgot, add it back in. Right? It's not a big deal. It should be Jacob, right? Like, this is your story. You've done hard work. You're proud of it. Brag about it. Share about it. Right? Just know nobody's ever died doing this. 10 minutes. You can do something hard and stressful for 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Just go out there and share yourself. The most important thing is breathe.
Yeah.
Right? My brain can't function without oxygen. So if you feel like you can't think what to say, just pause, take a deep breath, and then move on, right? Like, you won't even know, nobody will even notice. Like, take that seconds for yourself. It'll calm you down and help you go forward, right?
Yeah.
So, but just share your story. That's the most important part. You've done the hard work. Ms. Johnston introduced you. I'm not sure if she might be seating people, but truly, like, everybody's here cheering for you. Now it's just your turn. It's your turn to shine, right? Everybody's gotten a chance to shine. So it's kind of cool. You guys have gone through this all together.
Yeah.
So I'm proud of you, dude.
Thank you. I got no idea. Odds are they're probably both working. I said odds are they're probably both working because my mom's usually on call and my dad's always busy, so it's okay. Ew.
All right, next up we have Jacob Polsky, and his focus was on conservation and how conservation impacts our local ecosystems.
So as Ms. Johnson said, my name is Jacob, and I did my project on the importance of the conservation of our local ecosystems. So a little bit of a background about me is that I'm a senior here at Madison County High School, and I've been a part of the Blue Ridge, Virginia Governor's School for all 4 years. I'm also a captain of our varsity swim team. I'm in our Madison County chapter of the National Beta Club. I'm the vice president of our student council, and I'm also a part of the senior class officers. The reason that I chose this topic was because I've always been extremely interested in the environment, but I'd never really taken the time outside of school to really explore that topic. Ever since, as long as I can remember, ever since I was a little kid, I've been exploring in the woods with my family, or I've been out kayaking or hiking or doing any sort of activity that would get me outdoors. And although I had relished in those activities and I had spent a lot of time doing them, I really took the time to learn about the environment that I was partaking in. I thought that, since I knew that I wanted to go to college for something related to science, and I knew that I wasn't really interested in doing something with the environment, this project could be sort of a last hurrah in exploring that passion of mine that I never really had the chance to explore previously. So the quote that I chose was, "The ultimate test of man's conscience may be his willingness to sacrifice something today for future generations whose words of thanks will not be heard," by Gaylord Nelson, who is a former governor of Wisconsin. I think that this quote encapsulates the entirety of my project within itself. I think that there's not much else to be said about it other than the fact that we are not focusing on conservation and we are not focusing on protecting our home because we think that we deserve to live here. We are doing it because we have been owed this debt from the generations before us who have taken the time to preserve our home so that we're able to live in it today, and because we owe that debt to the generations after us so they have the same opportunity. The research question that I used during my research portion of this project was, how can communities help make an impact on their environment? Now, during my time researching this project, I found it a little difficult to find a specific answer to this question, just because I feel like it's not necessarily focused on how specific communities leave an impact on their environment, because the communities are the people that are the environment. It's hard to find a certain answer on how, me or you could leave an impact on your home when your home is you specifically. However, during my time digging, I understood more about problems like energy usage or overusage, to be specific. And I learned that at least 40% of Americans are using double the amount of energy that they need to be using just because they aren't aware of the problems that they have, such as insulation or overusage of electricity or things like leaving the lights on or the fridge open. And so one of the major ways that I learned communities can make an impact on their environment is just by being environmentally conscious and energy conscious. So my mentors for my project were Sarah Delgado, who was the mentor for my community service, my personal learning experience, and Andrea Wilson, who was the mentor for my community service. Like I said, for my internship, I interned under Sarah Delgado, who is the Community Engagement and Operations Director for the Climate Community Collaborative, or C3, which is a local company here based in Charlottesville with a sister office in Richmond. The focus of C3 is mainly finding energy audits for those who don't have the ability to energy audit themselves and to push out youth initiatives for energy awareness and energy consumption initiatives. On the right, you can see one of the flyers that they had, a youth group. It says, add your voice. And that's because C3 is extremely focused on getting out into their environment and involving the people that they don't think have an outreach specific. During my time with Sarah, I was able to sit in on multiple of her meetings, and I was able to follow her around her office as she completed her daily work, which mostly consisted of a lot of emails and a lot of, like Helena Marshall and Louisa Neubauer did, but they also advocate for their own climate justices, and they help fund initiatives for other people around the world that can't fund it for themselves. I was able to sit down and watch the 15-minute short film by Helena Marshall and Louisa Neubauer, and I was able to get a deeper understanding of the activism that they participated in day to day. Some of the information that they included in their short film was the importance of going out to your community and getting people involved, because although you might think it's pretty common knowledge that everybody knows what's going on in their homes, that's actually not extremely common for anyone to know what's happening every single day around them, because one of the groups that C3 had funded and then one of the groups that C3 had begun, funded, and then completed is the Energy Resource Hub, as you can see above, which funds Charlottesville and Albemarle. And the Energy Resource Hub is a group of professional energy auditors that give out their services for free to people in the Charlottesville area. And so what they do is they will come to your home and they will give you an assessment of your energy usage, and then they will determine ways that you can not only cut back on your energy usage, but the ways that you can save money by implementing safer technologies into your home, like better forms of insulation or an automatic thermostat that will reduce the amount of input that needs to be done to cut back on the electricity usage for a thermostat. Excuse me. So for my impact, I did a joint presentation with another Governor School student, as you may have heard earlier, by Kara Colvin. And we presented to a group of 8th graders, the rising 9th graders, in our local middle school here with our community service mentor, Andrea Wilson. Because our two topics were fairly similar and they both had to do with our local environment, hers being about law enforcement and mine being about specifically the environment and conservation, we decided to group up and make one giant presentation about the importance of community protection. So, of course, we both had our own talking points, but I focused more on the environmental side, as you can see on the slide on the left, or the picture on the left, sorry. And some of the things that I listed for these kids to be able to get involved in their environment to participate were to participate in things like youth group activities or organizations that might get them more out into their wilderness and get them more engaged in, things to do with their home. I actively participate in processes like recycling or composting, which many people shrug off as being not that important or saying, well, I mean, why do I need to compost? I can just throw things away. But things like composting and recycling are actually extremely important for our local environment because they help not only reduce waste, but they reduce the energy usage that goes into landfills and dumps. I also said create or fund projects that have to do with your environment, such as DIY birdhouses or local benches, because I know from personal experience, my mom has made quite a few birdhouses in all the places that we've lived. And she's put up a bunch of birdhouses in our neighborhood, and as well as given them to neighbors. And I know that they are not only a treasured thing, that people love having them around and love seeing the birds come in, but during the harsher winter seasons when the birds aren't able to live in trees and they don't have the right protection, they're able to come live in our home and they're able to, take in the graces that we give them. And I think that's extremely important to consider when you're talking about your environment, because your environment is not just the plants around you and it's not just the people in your homes, it's every living thing that has to do with your community. After we did our community service project, we gave out a survey to some of the students, all of the students that had heard our presentation. And I got some feedback on how likely they were to participate in community events, which, as you can see, a majority of them were at a 5 or over, at 5 out of 10, meaning they were most likely to participate in community events, which I think is extremely beneficial to the young kids, because I know that when I was an 8th grader, I don't think I was thinking about community events at all. I was thinking about, I'm so nervous for high school, I don't want to go to high school. And so I think it's really important for these kids to understand that it's not going to be the end of the world transferring into such a big place like Madison County High School. It's just, you just keep doing what you want to do. And then another thing that I collected was forms of community interaction that they think they'd be willing to participate in. And these answers surprised me a lot, because I listed things like a community cleanup, a food drive, donations for homeless, participating in composting, and a campaign of awareness of social issues through things like social media. As you can see, an overwhelming majority of the students answered yes to all of these things that they'd be willing to participate in. Now, if you've ever talked to an 8th grader or a group of 8th graders, you know that they're not the most interested people in the world. They don't really care what you have to say. But I think at the end of my project and at the end of this presentation, they seemed really attentive, and they asked a lot of questions about not only how they could help in their environment, but what it was going to be like coming into high school and how they would have the opportunities to do that through something like Madison County High School or through Blue Ridge, Virginia Governor's School. And so I think our community service helped leave a giant impact on the kids, not only a form of, how they'd be willing to participate in their environment, but what they consider important in their life. So for my reflection, I took a lot of time deliberating on this project in the early stages, and I think that it caused me a bit of strife in the beginning, just because I wasn't completely confident in the topics that I had chosen before. I'd gone through 1 or 2 topics, and I had begun to doubt myself and think, oh, this isn't something that I can do. I'm not good at creating projects like this. But I sat down and I had a talk with my advisor, Ms. Johnston, and I realized that this project isn't about, sitting down and getting the 100% A+. It's not about trying to make all of my peers like me. It's just trying to do something that I care about. And that's when my inspiration hit me to do my topic. So I think that although I probably should have started a bit earlier, like most people have said, during this summer or even in the earlier stages of first semester, I don't think that I'm disappointed with the way my project turned out. And if I could go back and change it, I don't think that there's much I would change. So for my advice to the rising seniors, I know that most people today have said things like don't procrastinate and don't wait until the last minute, but I just think something that's really important that has really, really, really helped me throughout my entire course of this project is relying on not only my peers, but on my teacher. Ms. Johnston has been one of the biggest helps that I could have possibly asked for in this project, and I don't think I would have been able to get it done without her support, because I stress and I procrastinate, and I'm sure that most of us have. But without the help of my peers and without the help of Ms. Johnston, I don't think that I would have been able to complete this in the timely manner that I needed to. I would have moments where I'd be stressing about, oh, I'm not going to get this done fast enough, or my project doesn't look that good. But by talking to my peers, I realized that they were all thinking the exact same thing. And then by reviewing their projects, I realized, oh, these look amazing. Like, their projects all look extremely fascinating, and we're all at the exact same stage. So you just need to be confident in yourself, and you need to trust the people around you. For my future plans, I plan on attending a college, of which I'm still choosing between my top 2 right now, but I want to get a 4-year degree in something to do with brain science, with my degree either being in neuroscience or psychology. Any questions? Yeah.
It sounds like you spent a lot of time around various kinds of activists for the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Of the people you got to speak to, was there any one challenge that this kind of activism seems to, or maybe a few themes, like a few bullet points they mentioned? Like, what is the hard part about activism?
Yeah, so for my expert interview, I had the opportunity to interview the head of C3, who is Jackie Bauer, the head of the Charlottesville department of C3, which is Jackie Bauer. And she explained to me that one of the biggest issues that people have with conservation in their local environment is just not being aware. And so the main goal of C3 that she stated and she outlined to me was that outreach is the most important thing we can do. Because we can fund these programs and we can fund these initiatives, but if people don't know that we are here to help, and if people don't know that these programs are available in their homes, they're not going to take advantage of them, and we're still going to be operating at a loss in every metric of the word. So I think that the biggest challenge for things like conservation or things like protecting your home is just making sure you have the proper outreach. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like I said about my topic, I struggled a bit in the beginning. I floated around topics for a little bit. I thought I wanted to do something with psychology, and then I thought about doing something with transportation and then photography before I finally landed on something with the environment. And I think that that was just due to the lack of being confident that I'd be able to make a proper presentation or a proper project out of either one topic. But I don't think that landing on the topic of conservation is something that I necessarily needed to do or needed to find in order to make this project the way I liked it. It was just having the ability to do it the way I wanted to. And I could do that with any topic. And you can do that with any topic. It just relies on you. Yeah. Yeah, you. Sorry.
So if you could design
Charlie.
a community like outreach day for Madison,
Mhm.
what would you want to see the community do?
So for our community service project, we weren't initially going to present to the middle school. What we had planned was we wanted to do a community cleanup day at Hoover Ridge, and we wanted to get the local sheriff's department involved, just to kind of combine our two projects again. But unfortunately, we weren't able to get that done just because of scheduling conflicts, and we weren't having the proper communication with Hoover Ridge. But if we were able to get that done, I would have loved to have done that. And I think that it's still something worth pursuing even after this project is over, because I think a community cleanup is extremely beneficial to not only obviously the community, but also the environment in which we live and taking care of our home. Yes, we do.
I have some connections.
I'm so excited.
Riley takes 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
For the whole school, so we're gonna wait until after that.
Okay. Like what time?
They said it should be like, let him know.
So we're gonna wait for a few minutes. Just because there's a large announcement. You probably don't want that during your presentation. So you can sit down for a second. And be like, yeah. I was like, I don't know how long it's gonna be. I'm just gonna move your hair. Okay. Sorry. And then put this here. Perfect. And then this is forward and back. So if you miss the slide, just go back. It's not a big deal. This is the pointer, but it doesn't actually work on that screen, so just use your hand.
Okay.
Okay. Just remember, this is your presentation. We don't know what you're planning to say. So if you forget something, keep going. Right? If you remember something you want to say, put it back in. Right? It's not a big deal. Because this is really your journey. And so you've done the hard work. This is your brag time, right? Like you get to go up here and tell us all the cool things you've done, and you have done cool things. So like brag about it.
Okay.
So know that it's only 10 minutes. Can you do something hard for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
You can. You can do things that are stressful for a short amount of time like that, and know that nobody's died from this.
Right. Right.
The most important thing is to remember to breathe. Okay. My brain needs oxygen to function. Right.
Right.
So if you can't think of what to say or you get out of breath, pause for a second, like I just did. Take a moment for yourself and then move on, right? And so like it's not perfection. There is no perfection, right? We can't expect that. So just come up here and do your best and share what you've done. Okay, that makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. And you can take as many pauses as you need.
Okay.
Anytime you need, just pause for a second. Take a deep breath.
Okay. Thank you. I'm doing good. I'm nice and calm. I feel better now that I'm up here.
All right. Our very last presentation is Riley Gordon, and Riley focused on elementary school students and screen time in the classroom.
So as Ms. Johnson said, I'm Riley Gordon, and my project was how screen use affects early childhood education. So a little bit about me. I'm a senior at the high school, obviously. I'm part of Governor School and Student Leadership Council inside that organization. I'm also vice president of the Beta Club, vice president of Principals Cabinet, and class officers and FCA. Also currently sitting as the senior student representative for the school board. So before I get into my project, I wanted to describe what screen time is and how I defined it in my project. By the book, screen use is defined as any time anybody is using some type of screen, whether it be computer, tablet, iPhone, whatever it is, for any length of time. For the purposes of my project, I use anytime a child, primarily in primary school, was using a screen independently, so without direction from a teacher or educated official. So 60 minutes per day was the amount of screen use per day recommended by the World Health Organization. They provided a long list of detrimental effects that children can have if they exceed this amount of screen time each day. And I'll get into that further in my project. But I thought that was a good way for you guys to understand that an hour a day was the maximum amount of screen time a child is supposed to be using each day. So the quote of quality, I used a quote by Meredith Bland. She was a child book author and a mommy help group author, blogger. She's created a couple different posts on how to incorporate screen time effectively in healthy ways for children in primary school. I think the age range was K through 5. So the quote says, "I don't believe the answer is to limit our kids' screen time to a half-hour TV a week, but rather let them explore all their interests in all parts of life." So I thought this was a good quote to kind of explain that it is an evolving world and we do have screen time. So eliminating screen time altogether is not the answer to our problem, but we do need to incorporate other activities outside of screen use. So why does it matter? As I said before, the World Health Organization issued the 60-minute per day limit of screen time. And with that, I researched the physical, mental, and social effects that can happen if they exceed that amount of screen time. So some mental effects can include immobility, obesity, their eye dilation. So if they're on a computer screen all day long and they switch to something on paper, they're not going to be able to focus right away, and it's going to delay their learning ability. Mental aspects can be feeling emotionally confident in the classroom. If they're on a computer and they're constantly learning on their own, they're not going to have the same ability as if they're being hand-taught by a teacher. And that falls into the social aspect of it. If you're constantly by yourself and individually learning and you're not interacting with your peers, friends, and teachers, parents even, then you're not going to have that connection that children of these age really, really need. So why does excess screen use, or how does excess screen use affect early child education? So I did a couple different research-based points, and I'll go through those later on in the presentation. But I found that we do actually exceed the amount of screen time recommended by the World Health Organization by 10 minutes just in school. So that was a big learning curve in itself. So these are the individual classroom reports that I sent out to every single pod and teacher in the primary school. So you can see all the teachers' names enlisted. I broke it down by week and a month. So I posted this in September. It was optional. They didn't have to participate if they didn't want to. But as you can see, a lot of the teachers wanted to participate. So I broke it down by week. They included the amount of screen time they used during that week. And then in the purple area, they put the programs that were used during that amount of time. In addition to this, our superintendent provided me with an additional information set with K through second grade reports. And this is the report that I found here. So in average, they reported more screen use on this report than they did on mine. And you can see in the top that it averaged about 69 minutes per day just in school. So getting into my PLE, my mentors were Miss Lisa and Miss Estes. They were preschool teachers at the primary school. I helped them kind of situate the kids, help them organize their lesson plans, what they learned. I helped the kids do their work every day, interact with each other, did songs, we danced. It was really fun. And then my community service, I did a couple different things for this, but the main idea was to create block sets to give to each teacher in the primary school as a way to move away from screen use and give them an alternative education and creative use block. So my first phase of this was talking to the high school woodshop class. They actually created the blocks by hand. There were about 600 blocks that they created for me. I let them have free creativity of how they created the block, what shape they were, and what they wanted them to look like. So that's a picture of the finished blocks that they made. I then gathered a group of high school students to help me paint and finish the blocks for packaging. Some of those volunteers are in the crowd today. They helped me paint and finish them so I could pack them. On the far left side is a picture of some of the finished blocks. There were about 24 sets in general. And like I said, each classroom got a block set, and then there were 2 that went to the library and 2 that went to counseling office. And then Miss Jeanette Alexander, the Director of Student Services, yes, she helped me organize times to deliver the blocks and kind of organize the technicals of the project. So my professional learning experience, I broke down into 3 major parts: collaboration, consistency, and confidence. Collaboration was the main part of it because I had to work with the kids, administrators, and parents at this point. I was working with their kids every day, or the parents' kids, so I had to kind of build trust with them so that they built trust in me to work with their kids. And then the kids and teachers, I was with them every single day, so I had to make sure that they felt comfortable with me and I felt comfortable with them. Consistency, I showed up every day throughout the fall semester, and I still go back and visit the kids every once in a while because I just love them so much. But it makes a lot easier of routine, and it makes them more eligible to tell you things, communicate with you, and just have a fun time in the classroom. And then confidence, you really can't walk into a room full of 4-year-olds and expect them to listen to you directly, so you have to come in with some sort of confidence. My community service, I broke down into impact, integrity, and inspiring. The impact of the block sets will be long-lasting as they're durable, so they won't break down over time. They can be passed on from generation to generation. So, and they can be used for different purposes. One of the latest stories that I've been told was that some of the teachers had put all of the block sets into a bin, they take them out to recess, and the kids build castles and huts and things with them. So I thought that was really cool. And integrity, I had to kind of push past boundaries and be honest with myself as to what was plausible, what isn't. So I had to really make sure that what I was doing was actually going to help in some way, shape, or form. And so this was the best way I could figure out to do that. And then inspiring, you know, the block sets are going to bring creativity into the classrooms and help the kids kind of build on their imagination. And then with the volunteers that helped me and the high school woodshop class, they all were involved in a screenless activity while making a screenless activity. So it was all part of an overall screenless plan. So at the end of my project, I sent thank you letters to everyone who helped me fundraise, build the blocks. My 2 mentors in the middle got baskets because I just love them so much. And then, like I said, each classroom got the block sets. So what did I learn? Perseverance, purpose, and passion. Purpose was the big one for me. I had to find that I was making a difference in the classrooms that I was in, because I realized working in one of these classrooms last year that these kids are on computers for half their day. And it wasn't just, you know, like everyday stylistic things. It was their everyday learning classroom material was online, and they were doing it by themselves. Granted, there were times the teacher was stepping in and kind of directing a lesson, but majority of their day was on like computers. And I thought back to when we were in that age group, and everything we did was on paper. So I thought that was funny. And then the passion part, I had like, you have to love what you're doing to keep doing it. So my advice to future governor school students is find your passion. You have to love what you're doing to keep doing it, and you're going to want to do it if you have a passion for it. Another piece of advice I have is build your connections. In your PLEs and in your community service projects, you're going to find connections that resonate with you, and they're going to help you get other opportunities. My professional learning experience coaches actually helped me find another job, which is in the same area. So that's a really, really good way to incorporate that. So what's next for me? In the fall, I plan to attend Germanna Community College to finish my associate's degree in K-5 education, and then transfer to Ferrum College to get my master's in K-5 education and minor in business administration. Thank you. Yes.
Really well done. So I'm actually curious about some of the numbers. You had two sets of data that you used, right?
Mhm.
One, was that self-reported by the teachers?
Yes.
And then the other was from the superintendent.
Yes.
And I take it, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was like what? They just basically had a measurement from kind of central office of how long their screens were on and being used.
If I am correct, they had to like report their screen use as like part of like what they do every year to kind of base what they're learning. So that was like almost like I want to say was required by all teachers to do, and mine was a voluntary exercise. So it was nice to see like what they were actually having to report versus what they wanted to report.
And then you mentioned an hour, and so you're only counting currently in your report, as again, this would be wrapping my head around some really interesting numbers you have. They're on there for an hour and 10 of non-directed learning, you said, right?
For the majority of the point, yes.
And then that's not even including all of the directed screen time, which still probably has, I'm guessing, based on your background research, a lot of the implications of being on a screen too much, no matter what.
Depending on the classroom setting, yes, and that's not including like the outside.
Then you go home and
right.
then there's more. Yeah, okay. Wow, thank you, Riley.
You're welcome. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, comfortable here.